Okay. Okay. I think I have a cold. Right. Changing the trim on this one actually. Let's see if I can let's see if I can get it going. Okay. It's those ones I need. Here. Okay, better go in. You see, that's gonna kill me now, isn't it? Oh, I'll do it some other time. Just not in the mood. Okay. That might be a little harder to do. Oh, hi Joe. Hi, how are you? I've come up with a new kind of look for this. I think would work a little bit better. I was on for about an hour or two earlier today. But I'm going to go something a little different. So, how was your day, Jill? I'll show you what I did with the entrance. I just put it in the truck for a moment. I might be able to put a light on it and maybe a gurney on the back. I kind of had a bad day. Oh, those are the worst, aren't they? How was my day? Pretty much the same. I didn't move out. But I'm a bit sniffly today. So, I'll probably have a light cold. So that's the new look. This one doesn't, let's say, you know how the other one was breaking out through? And this will give that kind of concrete look on the edges to match the concrete, let's say, we've done around here as well. I'll be changing all of this trim to break it up a bit. Which, you know, all the way up, which I think would probably work out better. I have severe anxiety and ADHD, and then do not mix well together when unmedicated. Oh. Yeah, the trim is the only way to go. It breaks it a little bit. I get a bit of anxiety from time to time, but never the ADHD. Although, I have 2 kids that are definitely in that category. But no, I don't work well with stress. I like things to be simple. All for 2 days. Ooh. The ADHD is that caused, let's say, by maybe a chemical imbalance. That's something I'd never really looked into. I know if you go to a GP now, most definitely put you on a ton of medication. To deny a refill. Ah. And I couldn't get into see her until tomorrow. Oh, hi Lady Grey. Hi, how are you? Oh, that's good to hear. A ton of medication. So is my wife. Although she's trying to cut down on it. And she has as well. Slowly, but she's nearly off of all of them now. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get through some things. But I think doctors are too quick, with medication. I remember my kid. Oh, he was quite young. He was a little wild, but nothing. No, we were all wild. But straight away, he wanted to put my kid on Ritalin. And I said, "Ooh, no." And like within a year or so, he was kind of okay. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, I see. Oh, I see. I cleaned the whole house this evening. Oh, maybe I should get some of that from my wife. Might get her cleaning or something. But I've noticed that on medication. Yeah. I was absolutely gobsmacked today when I seen my wife cleaning out her room. I said, "Who are you? And what have you done with my wife?" I had to switch medications many times due to my busy becoming sort of... Ah, and see, that's the problem with medications, isn't it? Oh, hi, Tigger. Hi. How are you? How have you been? Hmm. I suppose it is, but it's kind of a shortcut, isn't it? Hmm. I'm... Let's say they wanted to put me on a lot of stuff, and I refused. Maybe I would have been better off, who knows. But mine is a different issue. It's just complete and sheer utter pain. Um, the stuff they're going to put me on was pretty strong. And I knew it wouldn't lead to a good place. No matter how strong I am, you know, the medication will break me down. Oh, thanks, Lady Grey. And I was quite fearful of that. I've seen the effects of it. I have no idea what, let's say, the stuff that you're on, what that would be like. But the opiates and that. I had some friends that kind of went down a rabbit hole on that one. Hmm. Yeah, others. Oh, yeah, there's always the other side effects. Yeah, well, that's a good thing. Exactly. Get you on the right track. Well, that's a good thing. Did you ever try other things? Obviously you did. I've known some people, let's say, that even went into yoga and meditation. They claim it helped them a lot. But the medication is, yeah, basically for a chemical balance, isn't it? Yeah, it could be some kind of chemical imbalance as well. Really rough, yeah? So yeah, that's how we're going. So what have you guys been up to today? And it took forever to fit that silly thing back in. But I had to do this, let's say. Door off our little, and this. So it's a little bit more closed in. And I went with kind of utility piping on this. I think it's the best I'm gonna get for the time being with the stuff I have. But now we've got to change the outside. It should be straightforward, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, it is. I don't know much about it, Jill. You know, just things I've seen in documentaries and probably articles and books I've read many, many moons ago. Now I'm nervous. Sorry, I missed that. I absolutely missed that. Looks really good. Oh, I made affiliate. Sorry. Ah, that's great, Lady Grey. Congratulations. Nice. Yeah, you just got to do a little bit of paperwork then on that. Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. I'm happy for you. Oh no, don't be nervous. Nice. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, that's cool. Now we'll see if we can get the other pieces in. Oh, no problem. I'm sorry I couldn't get around to raid more. But I always look for you, let's say, when I end my stream. Yeah, this is the way we're going, I think. We won't really see what it's like, but I think it's way better than what we're doing, so... It will kind of break it, the line, and give us a kind of matching on this stuff. I think I'm getting a nasty sore throat as well. The weather here has been so changeable. Really changeable. That's not bad. Okay, we'll get this in, but I think this will work. We needed a break. This all white thing, it was kind of clouding out, let's say, what we're doing here. It was too much of the same. It'll work quite well inside as well, so we'll do it outside. It shouldn't take long. Oh, hi MJ. Hi. How are you? I wasn't, yeah. Yeah. I think once or twice. Twice, I think, maybe. I managed to get you. Just ate a massive plate of corned beef, cabbage and potatoes. Nice. Oh my throat. Hang on, I'll get some more soda. I hope I'm not getting a sore throat. I absolutely despise that. Colds, flus I can even deal with. Sore throat is the worst. And I get some nasty ones. I wonder how I picked that up. Oh, probably my kid from school. I am Jax. My mum said, send her a plate and don't eat it. Nice. Please and thank you. Right, we'll get going with this. And I think this would just about work. Now we get a nice little fitting on this. The center ones will be probably hard on the inside, but We'll have a look at those in a moment. Now, let's get ready for this one. And we'll see what this will look like. It gives this enough of a break, I think. You're going with that kind of... What is it anyway? Limestone? Looks like it. I think this will work well-ish. There. There, we come across for the runners and work up. That doesn't look too bad. Now let's see. And it doesn't stick out as much as the other one either. Just send your carrier pigeon. Yeah, leftover pork loin. Nice. And roast potatoes. Yeah, I think it's gonna break it up enough. It needed something a little different. This is not bad, and it's not a bad plan. And it works pretty decent, let's say, as well as a kind of railings for a walkway, but you know, this stuff here, as you can see, will work just as good. And it's a little bit neater. Now that also opens up a, well, not really, a kind of decent option, I suppose, to change the tiling, but I don't think the other ones have the pieces we need, so it won't take as long as you might think to change this. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it will give us just what we need. Let's see. Well, definitely give us something to do. We were looking for something to do. And then we change these little guys. I'm like a kid with a Lego set. Can't decide what to do on this. But I think this should be the finishing of it. Here. And we go with this instead. This might work. I might even have another plan after this, but I definitely don't want to take this up higher, if you know what I mean. Now let's get these guys done. Now let's see. These ones here. There. And we keep changing them as we go along. We can't really see it until we get the other guys in. There, we're kind of getting lucky with those ones. Yeah. Well, squish that one in later, but you see what I want to do with this. It does give us an option to make a couple of other changes, I suppose. Oh, hi, Scully. Hi, how are you? How hungry is you? Hi, FGS. Full. Nice. Yeah, we'll go with something like that, I think. And I've already done the inside. It worked out better, let's say, with this here. I don't know what I'll do with that yet. I'll probably work something out on that one. Okay. It definitely works better with this. Okay. I'll do a quick save. And we see if we can get this out. So, how have you been, Scully? She ate a lot of worms tonight. Oh my god. Yeah, I decided to keep it in the glass roof. I have another quick plan. I'm going to try this in a minute, but I can't really build up this or it will hide everything I've done here. You're talking about a pretty large structure when you start bringing up the side. Well, we just quickly change this. Yeah, it'll work with the rest of the little pieces that we've done. Oh, this is County Crossing, Scully. She loves worms. Nice. Well, it could be worse. Yeah, County Crossing. Here, I'll save it, Scully, and I'll show you what we've been doing. Here, let me just save this one. So this will eventually be a large medical facility. We still have a long way to go. I have a tendency to do a certain percentage of an area, let's say, and then, you know, switch to something else and then back until I eventually finish it. Oh, hi Recluse. Hi, how are you? And thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. Kind of you. How have you been? Oh, fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well also. Oh, hi C-Dub. Hi. Yes, you made it early this time. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, I decided to change the look on this just slightly. The stuff I did was okay, but too much of the same. I needed to break it down just a little bit. So I think this would work. Especially on the inside, you know, the trim. And that's not a bad look, but I think we need something a little different like this. It kind of fits in with the stuff I've already done that I'm forced to use. Oh, thanks, Scully. I appreciate it. Yeah, County Crossing. Yeah. Yeah, somebody suggested County Crossing as an ideal place for a medical facility. I think it is. It's pretty central. Oh, the house. The house is here. It's beneath my foundation here. Recluse. I'll just scout around this and then I'll show you what I did with the house. You know the way I like to kind of build over it and hide it? That's basically what I did with that little shack. Oh, the house. There was the ruins of a house. That's actually scrappable. Well, with the stuff I have. Because it's not been used by settlers. But the shack, no. The shack was not scrappable. There was probably some kind of script on the shack. I can't, you know, scrap anything that settlers interact with. So, do you just build, or is there stories for your builds? I did make an exception on the last build. build I did, Scully. We did a Bates Motel build. If you're familiar with, let's say, the old Hitchcock movie Psycho, you know, Norman Bates, dead mother in the room, killing his guests. It's a pretty well known old movie. I think from 1960 or the early 60s. So we did a bit of lore on that one. Oh, you've seen the movie, yeah. I'll show you that next, if you want to, Scully. Our last build, and that was Bates Motel. We did a lot of lore on that one. But usually I just build these, you know. But the opportunity for, let's say, and that one was, oh, what was that one again, guys? Croup Manor, yeah. Yeah, I'll show you that one. We did a lot of detail on that. That was a fix-up. Remember, I can't scrap the houses and I'm playing on Xbox. There's only so much I do and so many mods I can hold. So we did a fix-up on the house. And yeah, we did a lot of lore on that one. He's not questioning this playthrough at all, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I'll give a very quick... Remember, none of this is 100% finished. I'm constantly changing this until I get what I want. Oh, and thanks for following, Scully. I appreciate it, and welcome. So everything is not over till it's over, if you know what I mean. What's the old saying? It's not over till the fat lady sings. Oh my. I did quite a big build on Spectacle Island as well. Huge, mad, absolutely lunatic build. It was huge. We used about 90% of the island. It made the whole south pretty unstable, but I had to get one huge build out of my system, I suppose. But we're about 97, 98 hours in on this build. Yeah, it is. There is a trick to this, Scully. Number one, once you get to the settlement, never ever ever leave the build area. Don't go outside, right? Number two is, don't leave the settlement until you're finished and all your settlers are in. And number three is, from, let's say, from 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. sleep. Yeah. No problem. No problem. Tell me when you're back on again, FGF. So follow those three rules and yeah, you'll get a pretty smooth go on Xbox. Again, remember, everything is not finished. Oh, I finished the 2 wards, Joe and guys. On the corners here we have 4 stairway systems. Again, not finished. I like to do the heavy stuff and then, you know, come around and do the light ones later. And 1 settlement per save. I learned that the hard way. So again, not finished, but we'll be probably going here with either labs or it may be a dentist or opticians maybe. Again, we're not finished here. This will be our operating theatre. And we haven't really decided what to do here. And then we'll have probably medical storage. But I finished the 2... well, the first halves of them anyway. So this is the finished ward. Still have to get my settlers in, obviously. So you just put all your mods space. Most of them, yeah. I only have 3 main building mods, Scully. SOE, USO, and Snappy House Kit, Xbox. I have like maybe a dozen decorating mods. Not that much, you know. Like, we only get 2 gigabytes, isn't it? So finish this at long last, and still have to come up with a team. These would be these are from Better Bars, Joe, but they make really good lab freezers, you know, for blood packs and stuff. So I'll be able to use those in labs, I think. And the other one is basically a carbon copy, but it will be the female section. The only difference will be the sign over the door, and, you know, instead of a shaving area, it'll be this kind of makeup area. And we'll have the odd person in a bed here eventually. I don't ever bring settlers in until I'm finished. Oh, hi Lantern. Oh, fine. The crack is mighty, Lantern. How have you been? It probably has room for 40 more. No, I only have about 6 or 7% left. That Mary Jane mod was quite big for what I wanted. And that took up a lot of room. And the second one is like this. We have been working on the roof as well, Scully. And we got a helipad and a vertibird. A vertibird is only a prop, but we've been glitching stuff onto it to make it look like a medical airlift. And then I'll be doing my lighting at the last as well. So, how have you been, Lantern? Just a few things glitched on. I managed to get some pilots in. They're from USO. As long as you have the Mechanist DLC. Yeah, we did a bit on the roof. You know, our little landing pad for airlifts and medical emergencies. But once I get all of this done, it will look much, much better. And my settlers are in. It's just I've got to kind of grind out the little details. Yeah. Yeah, the pilots are fun. I will, FGS, yes. I'll send you an invite. Right, invite sent. FGS. I got an update on Xbox yesterday. Took out my little streaming banner. You know, that I had viewers in time. So,
Hi, Croc. How you
oh,
doing?
hi FGS. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
So something like this. It still needs a lot of work, guys, but we're getting there. Bit by bit. We're getting there. So, you wanted to see Bates Motel, Scully? Yeah, I'll load that one up. What I'll do is I'll drop down here, and then I'll do a save.
I see Dub. Hi, Echo Lantern.
Yeah, that's the only one we really put any kind of lore into. Maybe too much. So, this is... Where's Group Matter on this? There it is. Group Matter. I have a few as well that I haven't got on Xbox anymore because of a bug. That 0 kilobyte bug. But I did manage to upload them to YouTube. I think I've got about 14 settlements or 15 so far.
Yep.
It was. This one only took 96 hours. You know, about the same amount of time we've been on the other one. So
He
this
spends
is
more time decorating
yeah,
than he does
decorating.
building.
Takes a long time. I'm planning it out. This was a fix-up, let's say, on this, and this is County Crossing. So, basically, you know the psycho story, the Bates Motel. Running a hotel, dead mum in a room, you know,
Yeah,
believed she
only.
was, yeah, you know, telling him to kill the guests. The shower scene murder. Hmm. Oh
There
yeah,
was one bill he spent well over 200 hours in.
yeah, 240 on one build. Um,
Yep.
the shower scene, you know, all of that. So in this one, basically, Norman, that was the guy, Norman Bates. I think he was played by Anthony Perkins. Um, he survived the war, obviously as a ghoul, and set up shop here, where he's luring in vault settlers and basically killing them. So I'll show you outside first, and then we'll work to the inside. So that's our entrance.
And yes, Croc uses every inch of the settlement.
Oh yeah. Now, so that's basically the way I like to kind of finish the outside wall it all in. So, inside, we've gone with this kind of garden. This goes all the way around, some large trees. Our settlement sign is here, Bates Motel, and that's the original piece on the bottom. We've also made a reference to another Hitchcock movie, The Birds. You remember that one? That would be probably more well known. It is, there's a lot
The
of plants and
birds.
stuff in it. So we put these crows in. What was that again? Bottega Bay, wasn't it? Yeah, the birds.
Yep.
We've got a settler here, and he's doing some gardening. As I said, this goes all the way around. The odd crow planted here and there. Our little carport. And we've got a painter here as well. Now, he would be ideal for my hospital bed on some Ranix or something, or Radaway.
Yeah, I
So,
think he had fun building it.
yeah, this was fun. Oh, thanks, Lantern. Oh, really fun. Especially trying to work out the lore on this one. But you gotta see Norman and the room, let's say, and the shower scene. That's a screen. So we got another one here. It's a pity I didn't have a vulture FGS.
Yeah.
A vulture would have really made it.
Yeah, it would have. A couple buzzards.
Yeah.
Well, we count as buzzards, don't we? Oh, buzzards.
Yeah, kind of. So,
There you go.
this is our sign. Vault Dwellers welcome. Now, this is a reception, and this is where Norman is. We did a ton of detail. All of this is glitched. That's some flooring we glitched on the roof to get that look. And as I said, Norman is a ghoul.
You can change the hair for the
Mm.
NPCs, not for the
There should
settlers.
be a thing in the cheat holotape to change the settlers' hair. Oh. I never really noticed.
I know you can change the hair on the NPCs or your followers, but not the settlers.
And that's Norman. Through here we have our kitchen. this took forever to get together.
Yep, with his knife.
Oh, definitely, with his knife. So that's our kitchen. Now, we need to go around the side, let's say, to get to the rest of the rooms. So back here we go through the bar. Yes, being totally Norman. Norman being normal. So this is our bar area.
With the Happy Maker radio. And that is a mod.
Yeah, that's a mod. And this is our little basement area. That goes through to another cell where we can't build. Now, upstairs, we have got our little recreational area.
That's where you keep Gordon Ramsay. Yes.
Exactly. That's
yes,
where we
he's the
keep
chef.
Gordon.
Keep him in the basement.
He's chained up in the basement.
Most definitely.
Yeah, yeah. CD heaven. All even. Yeah, no clutter. Yeah,
Yeah.
neat.
Croc suffers from OCD.
I like neat. Although in reality I'm not the neatest person in the world, but when I'm building, let's say. It's just I've done a lot of floor-friendly builds, so I wanted to, you know, do this kind of building as a change. Less floor-friendly, you know, more, well, kind of pre-war. So this is our music room. Now, of course, this is our shower scene. So we got our bloody mat. And we got a murder victim. And of course, beware the sign of the devil 111. These guys are wearing Vault 111 or Vault 111 Vault suits. So it kind of fits.
So
Well,
the
that's
best
our
is
murder
upstairs. Everybody had fun with that.
So upstairs we've got...
Especially Rebel. Rebel just couldn't get over it.
We got 2 guest rooms and Norman's room. So Norman's
Has Rebel
room
been
is...
on lately? Or?
Yesterday I've seen Rebel.
Oh, nice.
So this is guest room number 1. Extra calcium in the water, yeah, totally. And this is guest room number 2. Well, we had a lot of fun on this room. In here. So this is Norman's room. So this is Norman's mum. We've
Yep.
got disturbing painting.
Yeah, she shares the bed with MJ.
Coffin light candles. Oh, nice. Handcuffs and oil. Wheelchair. Medical bag and medical cooler. We had a lot of problems laying that skeleton there. There's quite a few red flags, yes. This skeleton is not static, so every time we try to lay it on the bed, it did a little something I call the Oblivion dance, you know? You kill an NPC in the dungeons in Oblivion and they do that collision thing like a breakdance. So that was pretty bad, so we glitched in a few of the Vaultec small rubber mats, and we actually made a platform within the bed. And after about 3 attempts dropping the skeleton, we got this. Let's say this was the most dignified pose we could get. The first one, yeah, you don't want to know about the first pose. But let's say it was knees up on the first one, so we couldn't have that one. So that was the best we could get on that. And of course our wheelchair. And this is my little junk. Home sweet home. And that's our
Certain things are
yeah.
static, so you can do that, but some things aren't.
I believe there's a mod that can make... There is. It's OCD decorator. But it's more to objects, you know, like personal effects, not to skeletons. Not that I know. There's probably something for PC where you could make anything static. But what
probably.
The ones on Xbox I've only found one, and it's on the items that you have to have in your menu, and then it makes them static. There's only a few things I've used, a few microscopes on that. The one on PC would be probably way better. What happened was, it's actually still not static, but we have it resting. And if you've got a good enough platform for it, the bed was not that platform. We actually glitched in. You see what I mean? Oh, nice FGS. It's actually slightly through the bed, FGS. I can't grab it anymore. Yeah, let's scrap the bed, and I'll show you what I mean. I'll be loading this up again, so it doesn't matter. It's not permanent. I could even make one.
Yeah, the reason why she wouldn't stay in this bed, because this bed isn't static itself.
See what I mean? So you have to keep trying like that till you get the right. Now before the other thing was in there, it just wouldn't work. No, we just lost it.
Yeah, she's up in the ceiling.
She's up in the ceiling. Oh no, there she is. So we're getting, you see that Oblivion dance?
Yep.
That's what we were getting. But we eventually got that.
Flop on the bed like that. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, that would crash my game in no time. Remember what happened with the fast travel bug because of those mole rats? Something similar. Took us ages to find the problem.
Yeah, built the foundation of the building over a mole rat and
didn't see it.
Killed everything.
We knew it was something got to do with that, so we went back and eventually heard that little noise. Keep the leg kicking, yeah. Hello,
Hi, Denkosh.
Hi, Denkosh. Hi, how are you? So, that's our little Bates Motel. Now, I think I showed you, Lantern, I showed you Cathedral, didn't I? At Spectacle Island. I think I did. That's the large one. Huge cathedral, graveyards and such. Maybe I did.
Oh, yeah, time for a tour.
I also did. I don't think I showed you guys the White House. Did you see the White House? I did in Far Harbor. That one is actually my favourite.
Yes, Croc loves historical buildings.
That is lower friendly. Keep the leg kicking. Pretty much. Yeah, I think I'll show you that one then, guys.
Well, if the leg kept kicking, well, you'd have to
The White
rename
House
that
looked like
skeleton.
it was a pain.
Have to
The
name it
rad
Jill.
storms. That's the one, yeah. Rad storms are really bad. And then I did that. Let's say once I load up Far Harbor, I actually squished 4 of the settlements on one save there. We arrive at Echo Lake Lumber. That one we did a kind of Red Rocket Team biker bar on that one. So I can show any of those ones. Yeah, I did a White House, Scully. I'll show you. It's not bad for a snappy house.
You did the best you could. Turned out pretty good.
Here we arrive at Echo Lake Lumber and we'll just fast travel over. Oh, nice. If you show me, I may have been. Oh, nice. You're out drinking, yeah? This one is the biker bar. We'll show that one in a minute. We'll go straight to Dalton Farm. Over here. So this is what we've done here. This is our harbour going in. And we have our little presidential launch. Secret Service agent and some picnic stuff. Retrofitted this a bit. Oh, we've got our little security office. So this is our entrance. Now let me clear the weather. Ah, that's better. So here we've gone with this kind of ground level greenhouse that goes all the way around the settlement. You gotta love the weather in Far Harbor. And this is our build. We've gone with Minutemen statues and a large water fountain. And of course we have our Paul Revere statue here. We used Bunker Hill Monument as the Washington Needle in the background. I couldn't believe my luck when I seen it in the USO mods. It's a replica of the one in Bunker Hill. Oh, thanks, Golly. But this we've kind of decorated inside. I'm moving in, yeah. A kind of 1800s, you know, kind of 1812 look. Because that's the only stuff we had. So we had no choice. So this goes all the way around. And this we put a lot of detail inside as well. We went with the old chimney stack look on top. And at night you can see the smoke coming out quite clearly.
Pizza
Oh,
Dog.
hi, Pizza Dog.
Harbor.
We are in
Far
Far Harbour. We're at Dalton Farm. You remember that one? I'll show you it on the map. Yeah, we're right at Dalton Farm. National Park Visitor Centre. Longfellow's Cabin. And Echo Lake Lumber. So here we've done a little Franklin grave on this one. Yeah, Far Harbour. Yeah, totally. So we can still get access to this somehow. There it is. And it's an exact replica from USO of the Bunker Hill Monument. But I was going to build a needle, but I'd have problems with the top, and this one was perfect. Oh, hi Rebel. Eating
Hi,
supper
Rebel.
right
How
now.
you doing?
Nice. We'll chat when I'm done eating. And the same to you too. Happy St. Pat's Day to you as well, Rebel. And enjoy your meal. Oh, thanks,
Nice.
Pizza. We did a lot inside. We even took a stab at the Oval Office.
Hope you had a happy St. Patty's Day,
So
Rebel.
that's pretty plain, you know. I just needed a Washington needle. And this pretty much gave it to me.
And everyone else, of course.
Now, why I hate building in these DLCs is the weather.
Yep.
It was absolute torture. Now, inside took the longest to do. So, as I said, we have our little fountain and pool. We got another Secret Service agent here feeding the fish. 2 guards outside. And inside,
Talk to Cassie, don't.
we've gone with this
Shame what happened to her.
kind of look. We have got our double staircase leading upstairs. Upstairs we have 16 rooms, bedrooms, and the Oval Office.
Oh, there's too many storms in the world, to be honest.
It
We have
is
the
a
same
nice-
problems with the
yeah.
weather.
Yeah, all of the DLCs, yeah, the obelisk. And one settlement in particular, Somerville Place. Yeah. Nuclear weather is usually pretty good. Yeah, lots of rad storms. I did a huge build at Nuka World Red Rocket. It was a kind of Jurassic Park meets the Institute kind of build on that one. So we've got our reception here, little reception desk, and of course our receptionist.
Ooh, now that's some firepower there.
Now down here we have our press room. This is for our press. And we have our president
Oh,
here.
Croc gets plagued with all the storms.
Oh yeah. Oh, all of them. About every
That's his
15
luck.
seconds. Yeah, about every 15 seconds. Just like here. It's even worse than here actually, isn't it, FGS? That's
Pretty
possible.
much.
So that's our president. And our press room. Oh, we got our kitchen right across. And this is our kitchen.
It's a great kitchen.
The minutes mod where you can permanently, yeah, set the weather. That's what we need, FGS. Well, let's say all clear, but still the same day-night cycle. It's easier for me to time when to rest, let's say, when I'm building.
I never met someone with the kitchen stance.
But clear
Definitely.
weather all the time, yeah, definitely. Now down here we've got our dining room. Oh, it's so neat, yeah. Well, there's lots of alcohol in that one. So, this is our dining room. And of course our First Lady.
She's eating her ramen.
Yeah, she's a noodle fan. We've got a library just across the way. And this is our library. Now, upstairs. Times are tough in the White House. Ramen for the First Lady, yeah. Tough times. So, double staircase.
Well, considering it was the 1800s, I would imagine that would have been a delicacy back then.
Yeah, all overdue books, of course. So, a little kind of recreational area. This is our secret door. And that's where we've got our oval office right in there. But we've got some bedrooms down here. We've got four here. Well, basically 4 at each corner, so 16 rooms. And each of them are exactly the same in design and
identical.
decoration. So all like this.
You've seen one, you've seen them all.
Yep. And then there's 4 on each side down there, so 16 rooms. And this is our oval office here. And that one was behind that secret door. And this is about as oval as we could get it. And these are just a few desks we managed to kind of glitch together to create that one. Kind of Motel 6-5. It's just like all of the First Ladies exists to look good, make the President happy, and knows nothing about doing anything. I mean, she can't figure out how to eat the ramen.
I wouldn't say all First Ladies are like that.
Each room just screams America in your face. So this is our oval office, which goes out onto a little balcony. We've got a view of the Needle. Now, we did a little bit on the lighting out here, which I always do. See with these settlements. How'd you get the golden hammer? This was a plaque from Creative Clutter, and it's Strong's hammer plaque. So what I did was I just slightly glitched it through. So let's say only the certain pieces would show through, like the higher bumps would show through. It was all like a brass plaque. And it was the only thing I could think of to glitch on it, so kind of works. But it was from... No, it was from Better Bars. Better Bars. That's where it was from. The decorations in Better Bars. Now we'll wait till midnight. I'll show you the lighting. Midnight should be good. Very nice. All Oval officers should have a sledge handy. Totally. Now I'll have to fix the weather again to see the lighting. Weather really affects the lighting here.
No, it's just strong sledge. It's just
kind of decoration thing it was.
Rest over.
For cleaning up the riffraff. Yeah, super sledge for strong. Yep. So yellow lighting. And we did this in blue. And that's our oval, or that's our White House, guys. And now you can see the smoke on the roof. It's just some plasma smoke from SOE. Yeah, I do. I like building.
It's pretty much all he does.
Yep. Oh, thanks, pizza. I appreciate it. See where
That's all I do in the game too.
The weather. Where is it? Keeps kicking in there. There it is. And that's it, guys. But the biggest one I did was spectacle and that one was huge. Although I'll show you the biker bar. Where was that one? This is Echo Lake Lumber, probably, in my opinion, the second hardest of all the settlements to fix up behind Bunker Hill.
The ground glitches are really bad here.
Oh, nasty. This one is finished with all our settlers in. So this is a biker bar, let's say themed to Red Rocket. And I'll just grab some soda and I'll show you this one. This one we've got a small nightclub and bar in this one. I have to leave. Good
okay,
luck,
Scully, you have a good
I'll
day.
drop in the stream if I get to sometime. No problem, Scully. Thanks again for stopping by. Appreciate it, and thanks again for the follow.
Bye, Scully.
Take care and stay safe, and have a good night and a great day tomorrow. Bye. So this is Echo Lake Lumber. Now, the weird design of this is because I cannot scrap the buildings, so we've kind of built around them and hidden them as much as we possibly could. So here we've got our little bike park. This guy is obviously directing traffic. Our entrance. And there's the hammers again.
Oh, that burrito sounds pretty good, though. Rebel.
Mmm.
And here I am,
I
eating
don't
mac
think
and
the
cheese, and I have
vegetable.
a Arby's
Nice.
roast beef sandwich.
I was a hungry woman. What did they love me to? Oh, nice. You managed to get rid of them, yeah. 2 huge egg, salami, vegetable, and cheese burritos. Nice. I just said burrito too. So this is our little bike shop.
The salami's really good, though. It's a good cut of meat.
So that's our little bike shop.
Lost my home when the fog rolled in.
So this goes down this way. We've got employee parking here.
At least you're young enough to celebrate it.
And a kind of truck stop area. Yeah, eating burritos on St. Pat's Day. Rolling my eyes, yeah. Yeah, I kind of go all out to fix the ground level with Lantern. That would be my first priority in any settlement. You know, getting it flat, clean, and, you know, kind of, you know, depending on the problems I have. This one was in a really bad state. What is food? What is the food you should eat? Oh, that's a good one. Guinness.
Oh, no. Corned
Yeah.
beef and cabbage.
Yeah, you could eat Guinness as well. You could nearly eat that stuff. As I say here, there's both eating and drinking in it.
Yes.
And this is our
Exactly,
office.
MJ. That's what I had for lunch, fortunately.
Plate of corned beef, cabbage and potatoes, nice. And a little bit. They'll weigh anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds. First tin sugar I've been full. Nice. Weird burrito. Now we fixed up our sawmill as well.
Egg and salami? Yeah, that'd be a great burrito. I don't know.
Just really suffer with
Sounds
weather.
delicious to me. Two of my favorite things inside of a burrito.
This is
salami and
Nightclub,
egg.
bro.
The fog. It's dangerous, okay?
This is our sawmill. Now we kept the original one here. And then we just added this to it. And that's our new sawmill. Now down here we have a little loading bay on the dock. Never a wrong time for a burrito. So I guess we'll have to eat cabbage. Oh, nice. My sugar levels were dropping super fast. I get that a lot. So I had to make something quick and filling before I drop to the floor. I get weak as well when I don't eat. Now, down here. So, we've got another painter here. My god, do you remember the problems we had with weather here, FGS?
Yep. It's Far Harbor. You complained every moment.
Oh,
Do you remember?
torture. I've changed the
Especially
weather
here because
yeah,
the
4
weather would
times.
pop in
4
every
times
5
already.
seconds.
So that goes all the way around. And this is our little patio area.
These average around 80, 90 hours.
Now, here on the other side of our sign, we came up with something a little different.
Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less.
So, we fixed the bleachers up as best we could. So what we decided to do is make a stage. And this one is a reenactment of a synth play, which we called Henry the Synth. And this is our little stage. It's my own damn fault for eating off too long. I do that a lot. It's kind of a habit. Oh, how long did each one take? They could take anywhere from 90, let's say, probably being let's say, a small settlement to the largest one, 240. So it could, I'd say that average about 110, except for the really big ones. It all depends. I might get a small one. It all depends on how high the ground levels are, you know, and what I have to do to cover it over properly. So you never really know how long they're going to take. I'm anemic. And sugar issues. But I try to ignore it without passing out. I suppose you could call me hyperglycemic. I do tend to put out off eating a long time, and when I don't, I get very weak and dizzy until I eat again. So we went with a kind of vaudeville look on this. And this goes through to our dressing rooms.
I have no idea what that's like.
And they're all the
I
same.
can literally go the whole day without eating and not feel a thing. It's hungry.
So that's our dressing rooms. And we did the theatre posters as well, all the way around. Now we get to our bedrooms. So, these are our bedrooms. And that's how we've done here for our bedrooms. Now inside we have bar, nightclub and recreational area. So we won't go through the front door, and we call this place Shelley's.
I can't control weight. It's on there. I'll never lose it.
I know some who can get away with not eating very much for a couple of days, still keep their weight and remain energetic. Get irritated at them when they
I stay energetic,
brag about it.
But my weight is.
Are you sure that is a bedroom? It is. It's a kind of, let's say, zero privacy one.
Yeah, you call me a fat man. That's what I am.
Now here, this goes into our bathroom. And we've got this guy in here.
Shame what happened to her
And he's cleaning up that mess. That's our bathroom.
Yep, same here, pizza dog.
Must be 30 years more since someone did the dance.
See, I'm
like
like
you.
Joe. I can get a cookie and gain 10 pounds. But instead of looking at it, I actually eat a cookie.
And here we have our bar. So that's our bar. And you could say that's our St. Patrick's Day bar. Now this goes up to our nightclub.
Yep, the perfect place to spend St. Patrick's. And here's the club area.
And our DJ booth. The bartender's acting a little hungover, yeah. I gotta be careful how many I put on this pizza. These settlements don't react too well to too many settlers. Well, they're not too bad if I do, let's say, one
He
settlement
needs to keep the script down.
per
It's too scripted.
profile.
Crash this game.
This one I had 4 on this profile. But now let's say I'm doing 1 settlement per profile, so I can chance some more. I can chance up to 20 settlers. Yeah. Yeah, gotta be really careful on this. And here is our little recreational area. And that's it, guys. Oh, hi, Rainbow. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Rainbow.
I guess I wasn't full because I'm currently dipping mini blueberry muffins into chocolate pudding.
Oh my god, that sounds kind of gross. I wouldn't put chocolate and blueberries together.
And we do a little PC on this.
Chocolate chip muffin and chocolate pudding, that would be good.
But I'll go into build mode and I'll show you how this little guy was pieced together. And it will explain a lot about the weird kind of shapes we have. This won't make a difference because, you know, I'm not saving on this. No, I shan't be long doing this. It takes a long time to get into build mode, settlers and that, so you can see the old house that's here.
Yep, that's how he hides the old houses. Covers them up. Like cat turds. Pretty much.
That's how we hit that one. Yeah, like cat tarts.
You're lucky he doesn't put a hanging all over the place. Prime Minister.
So that's the old settlement beneath.
Yeah.
At our ground level. And this was a nightmare doing this. Well, that's how we hide them, guys.
Yeah, pretty much covering it up like cat turds.
Oh, hi, Prime Minister. Hi, how are you? And hi, Ariel. How are you keeping? Layers. And that's basically what it is. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, like a cat covering up a turd. And Fallout 4 is Croc's litter box.
Yep.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to you, Prime Minister.
And to you too. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you, Prime Minister. So that's how it's put together, guys. Just basically patching everything till we get a ground level right. You know, then working on some different levels, depending on the high spots, really. And basically the same on that. And we decided to take that one clean out.
No, but there's two people talking. I'm in chat with Croc.
So it takes a lot of, you know, glitching to hide everything, but you eventually get all the ground levels done. Is there two street people? No, I'm speaking with a friend of mine, Prime Minister, FGS Corvette. We're chatting on Xbox. Yeah. Cat litter is radioactive suits. Yeah, the mood. Nice, my birthday is April the 14th. Oh, nice, MJ. Yeah, happy birthday on that day. Oh, thanks, Ariel. I'll be 39. Ah, you're still pretty young.
My birthday is September 4th.
On March 27th. Cool.
On September 4th, I will turn
Just in 10
58.
days. And a happy birthday to you in 10 days' time, Ariel, also. I was wondering how far off the ground. It depends. Oh, let's say it really depends. Like, in some settlements, you can only go to the threshold of the door of a building, let's say, that you're keeping.
Yeah, I do have Twitch, but I cannot stream.
If you get into trouble in the high parts, like I did,
Back it up on Twitch and keep my Xbox out, so my IP address is no longer any good for Twitch.
you would.
So I have to get a new modem to get a new IP address so I can start streaming again.
My high point was here, but it was much higher than, let's say, the high point here at the doorways. So I brought it so far and then stepped it. So basically, layers, depending. Sometimes if you've got enough room, you can get away with it. Sometimes it takes a lot more planning, you know? And that's how you would do it. And eventually...
Yeah, I used to stream.
Eventually, yeah, it all comes into place. What place are you rebuilding? Oh, I was just showing the guys how I built it. This one is already done a long time ago. Ariel. And this is one of my old builds from Far Harbour. And this one is a Red Rocket themed biker bar in Echo Lake Lumber. So I was just showing the guys how it was built up. Yeah, I won't be rebuilding this. I just got to reload. And, you know, the damage is not there anymore. I'm currently working on County Crossing. Yeah. Hopefully I can stay back here. Just had oh, an earthquake. Oh, not bad, but enough to feel it. Ooh, and to make a sound and get Windows and my TV screen to shake. Really. Hope that's all for the
California?
night. Yeah, sounds like California, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd want to be careful. Yeah, totally. No, we don't ever have earthquakes here.
Yeah, just stand in the doorway, you'll be good.
So that's what we've done here. So we'll load up, guys, and we'll get a little bit done on our County Crossing. This is the one we're currently on, Ariel. And this is County Crossing. It's a large medical facility. This is our latest one. And
Well,
this
being in California, they're near the
San Andreas fault.
fault line.
Yep. Where's our bed? Okay, we gotta load this twice. And then we'll sleep, and then we get all of our trim back in. I live in the middle of three, oh my, fault lines. Like an earthquake belt. Yeah. It's the plates, isn't it? What did I call it? Tectonic plates.
Yeah. Subduction.
Yeah, and that's what actually created the mountains and everything, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, it goes on forever.
One goes over, one goes under.
Then there's
And sometimes they meet and just press up.
the Ring of Fire as well. It's a kind of chain of volcanoes. I think it crosses over by Hawaii as well. And I think you've got a super volcano there in the US, don't you, in one of your national parks? Well, it's obviously extinct. One of the super volcanoes.
That would be Yellowstone.
Yellowstone, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I live in Texas, so I've never experienced an earthquake. Ah. And I also live in the middle of what's called, the Ring of Fire. Yeah. 6 mountains that are active volcanoes stretching to Hawaii, isn't it? Yellowstone, that's the one. No, we don't
The
get...
Ring of Fire is on the Pacific River.
We don't get earthquakes here. We don't get tornadoes. Absolutely no extreme weather. Very, very temperate. I would like to see a tornado. Nothing gruesome in the town or anything like that. Just, let's say, out in the middle of nowhere.
Or you just might about your life.
That would be
You
cool.
never know.
Right, let's get this in, guys. And we'll keep at our trim. And we'll eventually get the look.
Mother Nature
We
is
would.
just unpredictable.
Totally, yeah. Absolutely. So, we'll go with our trim. And... yeah, that should take us a little while. But this will give this a nice look.
Yeah, I'm in Nebraska. We experienced a lot of tornadoes.
Nebraska.
From Nebraska, Nebraska down to
Was
Texas.
it Dorothy was from Nebraska?
Missouri, it's called Tornado Alley.
In The Wizard of Oz. Or was it... It was Nebraska.
She
No,
was from Kansas.
Kansas. That's the one, yep, Kansas.
Kansas is right in Nebraska, though.
Yeah, Kansas. Now, let's get this stuff going here. And we'll get this trim in as quickly as possible. But it makes a nice change from the out-and-out decorating. Now... yeah, we'll get these guys up and we'll get them done.
And you get your occasional tumbleweed tumbling by there. IMJ.
Oh, the tumbleweeds. Nice. Yeah, we changed our mind about this stuff. It's kind of blending a little bit too well. So now we want something like this instead.
called Place Anywhere mod.
It snaps. What magic is this? Oh no, it'll snap anyway. The Place Anywhere is pretty good, let's say, if you're glitching stuff. And sometimes, let's say, it can make it a little easier. Yeah. But Place Anywhere is pretty important if you're doing, let's say, a detailed build. Yeah, totally very important. So this is a little neater, a little tighter. I think it would work out a bit better than what we've been using.
Yeah, looks better too.
Yeah, it's just breaking it down, but you know me. I never settle for what it's
Build
just
it and replace it.
it's a rough idea, and then it's kind of forced into shape eventually. I'll do the other ones in a moment. We'll just get these ones out of the way and we'll go over them again eventually. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is a nasty little guy. There. And now we put in that one. There we go for a moment anyway. We'll just take bits and pieces out till we get this sorted. We'll eventually get this one. I might change the design here eventually a little bit on the inside, but for the time being I think we're okay.
That's okay.
Hmm? How much of... Yeah, I do as well.
I
do.
actually like gray hair on a woman. Makes her look sexier.
It was brutal. Midsummer, it's 115 degrees. Oh, there's nowhere to run from hell that man nature can't bring down on us, yeah. I do as well. I actually love disaster movies. You know, the big budget ones. Earthquakes, storms, all of that stuff. A lot of weather in North America has gone to hell. Yeah, I do watch, let's say, the media and that, and there's been a lot of disasters within the past decade. A lot more than, let's say, the previous one. Look up Herp on YouTube. Ah. So, the purple hair dye was supposed to be temporary. Oh my. So I could see how I like it well. It's washing out good out of my dark hair, but it's sticking to my grey hair. I am not amused. Yeah, the lighter colour will probably absorb it a bit. I do, but mine is not that noticeable. It's not in patches. It's like every fifth strand kind of thing, so it just tends to brighten my hair more than anything. You'd want to be up really close to notice the grey.
My hair's all gray, so...
Oh! The grey fox.
Pretty much. I prefer the term silver.
Ah, you prefer the term silver. I've got a grandnephew. He's in his mid-30s, and since he was in his mid-20s, he's been absolutely 100% grey.
My older brother Frank, he turned gray when he turned 20.
Yep, I've got a grandnephew, same way. You do know grey is our natural colour. Yeah, but it's always been associated with age, so it's got a
Oh,
bad,
no, your
bad rap.
brother was not wise. Don't say that.
They
He's
never
pretty
are.
much a jackass.
They never are.
He's the only one that can fall off a dock and break his arm at the age of 20. And he was
I
fully
have grey
gray by
hair.
then.
Yeah, I have as well, but it's not that noticeable. Yesterday I went to Denny's and literally inhaled my sirloin steak and fish. Oh my. Harp. Government controls the weather. I've seen the theories on it alright, yeah. The US has been seeding clouds for rain for a long time, haven't they, Jess? Since the 50s with silver nitrate, isn't it?
Exactly, Rebel.
Yeah. Probably forecasting weather, but no, yeah.
I mean, look at Joe Biden.
You poked in, Croc, my heart is bleeding.
There's the proof
Sad
right
tears
there.
for your grey hair problems, yeah? Yeah, but it makes me look even more sexy, Rebel. So, I'm good with it. I can live with it. Grey hair wisdom. I'm gonna have to dye my hair black. Ah, nice. Grey hair equals stress. I know some people with all grey hair. They are dumber than a bag of hammers. At least he's got hair. Yeah, it could be worse. Oh, hi James. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? And a happy St. Patrick's Day to you.
Hi, James.
How are you? I got accepted as a... Oh, cool. Nice. Yesterday, and you start Monday week. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, congratulations.
Nice. So, what is it, like 3 years, isn't it, James? Or is it like 24 months? I forget what the apprenticeship is there. And that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty decent occupation. And a very handy skill to have. But I have relations that actually went through that. Mm. Yeah, totally. But that's great news, James. Definitely, I would hire you as well. The last load of plumbers I had in here, James, they were an absolute disgrace. They wired up my toilet to the hot water. They plumbed it up to that. They mixed up the hot and cold taps, which I thought like would be pretty easy to get right. They didn't fix the toilet to the floor properly. They were off with their tiling. They put a flat shower, but for some reason they made sure it was slanted enough so when I turned the shower on, the water would run out on the floor. The pipe, which was running along the ground, let's say on an upstairs level, they didn't drop it enough, so it's got a negative flow backwards. They literally got everything wrong. If one tried
Hi, Igma.
to mess up so much, you couldn't do it. They must have doing it on purpose. Oh, hi Igma. Hi, how are you? 4, is it? Oh, it's 4 now. And a 6-month probation period for when you first start. Yeah, but still, those 4 years will go fast.
I think in Ireland you probably have to.
Oh, we have tons of unions. You'd be covered by the ITGWU, wouldn't you, James? Yeah, I think you would. The ITGWU have still got a bit of bite. But not like they had, let's say, 3-4 decades ago. Oh yeah, I see what's going on here. There we go. We'll eventually get it. Oh, you're still sick. Oh, sorry to hear that. But hopefully within a few days you'll be feeling a bit better, Egma. Yeah, I'm dealing with plumbing mistakes in my bedroom. Currently trying to find
Good
someone
luck out there in
I
California.
can trust.
Rebel.
Someone who won't charge me. Yeah.
See, I'm fortunate.
It's gone underway now.
I have friends that are plumbers, electricians, and everything else, so
I usually do my own
I
stuff.
never have to look for anybody. I already know them.
I can do a decent bit of plumbing and tiling, especially electrics, carpentry and that, but I'm just not fit enough to do it anymore, and I'm afraid that I will, make my injury much worse. So I'm kind of at a disadvantage. Leaky pipes. Yeah. I did the carpentry and electrics in my own house, the groundwork and block paving and paths and walls and stuff, but that was when, before I got my injury. So now I can do it, but I'm afraid to, lest I make my injury worse. There. So we'll get the little side ones going, I'd say. And then we'll start on the top ones in a moment. Oh yeah, we gotta build these and then kind of force those ones in the red zone. This is where Place Anywhere comes into play. Doing this stuff. Like, this would be impossible without Place Anywhere. That. That's not right either. There you go. You just gotta hit it a second time, I'm not saying you should be okay. We'll eventually get the ones on the other side in a moment. But it should give it a way different look, I'd say. And that's the Place Anywhere mod I'm using now.
Sorry to hear that, Rebel.
I will be careful with my back. Yo, you gotta be, James. I know if something is too heavy, not to lift. Yeah, totally. You'll be tempted to do so, and you will be able to do it for the longest time. But eventually your body will give. I'd only charge a finger or maybe a couple of toes. Just a finger and a couple of toes. Trying to learn some.
You have a good one.
Yeah, I back as well. For the long run, yeah. Pipes were not put in right. They've been leaking for a while. They probably used the bowl fittings. But because I was on chemotherapy and going deaf from it, I couldn't hear the leak. And they really took advantage. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Rebel. And now the only thing holding me right now is my vinyl flooring. It's disgraceful, the way these guys carry on sometimes, to be honest. I lived around in not USA, I would. Yeah, definitely help. Oh, pizza's going, is he? My pizza.
That's HVAC is for air conditioning.
Hey guys, gonna pack it in tonight, Croc. Beautiful rock. Oh, thanks, pizza. I'll catch you later. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, pizza. Appreciate it. Have a great night. I'm assuming you're in the US. And have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, pizza. Bye. I wish I was. I live in Washington State. We'll trade places for a while then. I wouldn't mind living in Washington State for a while. I've never been to North America. Been to a lot of places, but never North America. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. The pleasure was all mine, pizza. Stay safe. I would be willing to give up my pinky and next finger on my right hand and pinky toes. Otherwise, you need the other digits. Nice. I'm getting off to night. Good night, Ariel, and thanks again for stopping by.
Good night, Ariel.
Have a
good night.
Have a good night.
Sleep well.
And a great day tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye. Okay, we keep going with this and see if we can get this kind of fitting in. But it would be probably easy to do the entire top one from here. And this is the simplest part, replacing the trim. Probably the simplest part. I think maybe it's still a decent fit, so I should give us a half decent look, I would say. If you can learn both plumbing and HVAC, become a contractor. Yeah, I have a few different skills.
I tell you what, if I was ever a millionaire or hit the lottery, I would get all the friends together,
Croc, no.
take us on a big
That would
tour
defeat my
bus and go
purpose
down
to
Route
coming.
66.
If you came here, I would be able to actually be with you, my cousin in person.
So all we'd have to do is fly back over, then we can all meet up and
Yeah.
have a cruise on Route 66.
Oh, that would be nice. I suppose the best way to do that would be a large RV. No.
I'd say,
Yeah.
like I said, if I hit the lottery, it'd be a few tour buses.
Oh, yeah. Nice. That would be
You know,
awesome.
the luxury ones.
Ooh.
Not just the tour bus, luxury ones.
Best start buying those tickets after this then. Now, there we go, we got that pretty successfully. We'll soon have the
No,
entire...
I wouldn't edit your garden. I'm sorry there. MJ. Route 66 goes all the way. Doesn't stop in Arizona. Keeps going.
End at my garden.
We might drive through your garden.
Okay. Okay, we'll need to...
Stop for a restroom break anyway. No, but I say we all just get tickets and get on the
Got
east
it.
coast to go all the way to the west.
So we'll be doing
Take
that...
our time.
We'll be doing that East Coast, West Coast thing, FGS, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we're well on our way.
Of course, I'd buy a few hot rods for people that would want to drive.
Nice. In front of my toilet, it raised about 2 inches from door being mushy beneath it. So damn scared one day that I'll just sit in a drop right through. Oh, on wood if you're a story up, yeah. And take me along with it. Unbelievable.
Isn't everything illegal in California, though?
I'm excited.
Just
I
saying.
think Union you probably will get eventually, I think. Are you from the USA? Well, you should be automatically included into the Union. Well, it used to be in my day anyway, James. It's almost like you didn't have a choice. You would probably be the ITGWU, I'd say. Or no, hang on, SIP2. Yeah, it would be SIP2. SIP2 would be the guys. ITGW is for something different. Probably SIP2.
I agree with you, Rebel. 100,000%.
Oh, nice. That would be your first ever job. Cool. Yes, but you got in as an apprenticeship, so yeah, that's the way to start. As far as my truck goes into Arizona in the end, because our truck is illegal in California. I think every normal and okay is illegal in California. Yeah. Okay, we need concrete and steel. We'll soon have this done. Shift focus, Rebel.
I'm right there with you. Bite my tongue, Rebel.
Yeah, we should get these ones.
So is MJ.
Almost there in our first one. There, let's get this front one.
I think all of us together in one place hanging out would be kind of a good idea and a bad idea. What do you think, Croc?
Both at the same time, totally. It would probably start out good and then not bad.
It can start out bad and end up good.
There.
I think me and MJ would have the most fun though, teasing everybody.
Probably.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh. I'm getting there.
Okay, Rebel.
I mean, California. 20 minutes is too close to call for me. Be right back. No problem, Rebel. Coffee.
Yeah.
What's that one? That's it. We've almost this one done.
I fell asleep.
Just one more here, I think. Oh, I gotta get that little guy out as well.
Yeah, Joe
Oh,
must have fell
my.
asleep.
She's quite tired. She has had a really busy day.
Yeah. That's all right, MJ. My hair gets wild in the wind too. But I just can't have a beard. It's just too sketchy and itchy. Otherwise, I'd look like one of the guys from ZZ Top. To be honest.
Oh, we're gonna get up to that one. Let me jump up here. Drat. Can't really... Hang on. No. I need a kind of platform, I think, to work on. I need to get that one before we move on. One of these.
Yeah. I think you need some beard wax for that. That might help.
There we go. Right, next, I suppose. We do need to sleep as well, don't we? We'll get this done pretty quick. It's just a trim. And then the outside one eventually. There's quite a few of these.
Business in front and party in the back.
Alright, that's
Yeah, that's called a mullet.
a mullet, yeah. Depending people I encounter every day, yeah.
Okay, good night, James.
I got a beard and an afro.
Have a good night.
Cool. Good night. I need to sleep, Croc. Yeah, have a good one, James. Have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. And again, congratulations, James. I wish you luck. Take care and stay safe, James. Bye. Croc should get a Joe Dirt mullet. Not me. I'd probably dreadlock mine eventually. Nice. There we go. We fixed the weather and then we carry on with this one. We should get it.
Not so close to California there, MJ. They might get you on cultural appropriation.
Alright. I'm wondering about that bottom one. I might be able to do something with that later. Just might. Alright, let's go. Take care, James. Yep. Alright, let's grab some soda. I might change this a tiny bit in a moment. Ah, that's better. Now, let's see. Yeah, that would have to be along there. But I don't think it's possible with that. Okay.
Yeah, I can't go without washing my hair either.
These are a little bit neater, I think.
Aren't you glad you decided to do that at your hotel casino build?
This stuff? Yeah, we went with USO,
No.
wasn't it?
Get one kind of trim up and change the other like you did. I
Oh,
was
you
just
couldn't be
being
doing that there.
sarcastic.
Oh, we're probably there 6 months if we did that. God, that was a grindy settlement.
Very grindy. Because you had to go with a certain kind or else you wouldn't be able to get in the back of the building.
Yeah, and then using
Because you're
that.
in the red zone. You kept popping in and out of the red zone when you built.
Oh, that gilded stuff is so hard to use properly. Now, let's have a look at this one. Don't fall. Ah! I didn't see that one coming. That's the red zone again. I'm addicted to building in the red zone, you know that?
Yep.
No matter how big they give me a settlement, I always manage to stray out into the red zone.
It's a normal Croc thing.
Ah, apparently.
So yep, he sure did, MJ. He does it a lot.
Okay, we'll have to come back to that later. Probably have to take apart the whole settlement to get into that piece.
But it makes him feel good, so we let him do it.
I tried, Lux, but you can't wash your
It's
hair.
not like you can stop him.
Lux, I couldn't do it. I had to wash my hair. Didn't he do a couple of things like that? I can't be changing things after they were totally done. Just a few. Tiny bit. It's just, let's say, a first draft, guys. Just the first draft.
Yeah, he's done that a couple times. But not so often on the height limit, though. He's usually good on his height limit.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Ugh. There. Now.
Welcome back, Primordial. You didn't miss much.
Oh, welcome back, Rebel.
Yeah, but the funniest thing was he was at County Crossing and he's building the underground.
Yeah, right here it was. On a different settlement, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a underwater
Settlement.
and he accidentally flooded the whole Commonwealth. The Commonwealth. That was just funny. I was so hard at that. Croc was freaking out, and he started laughing. It was hilarious. No, there's actually a mod for your height. You can unlock the height.
Yeah, you can add
I
another
have
mod
both of them.
if you want to. But I'd totally overbuild then. Look at the size of this place with no mods. There.
That's about correct, MJ.
Hmm? I feel weak from eating all that food I ate. I get that way as well.
More pieces to the settlement than the best because I have them
Yeah,
now.
the kitchen is in earshot away. I was listening. If I use a mod for the build limit, does it take away the height limit? I'm not sure. I've never used them. The build limit is easy. You know, you don't really need mods for that, even in vanilla. It doesn't affect it, let's say, in the cheat terminal. And it doesn't affect it, let's say, in vanilla when you scrap weapons. So I think they're totally different. Yeah. No, it doesn't. I know what you mean, like compressed, no. No, it wouldn't affect it at all whatsoever. I think to the right looks like a coffin, yeah. Add more pieces to one settlement and Bethesda doesn't have the map. Okay, they don't look like a coffin anymore. Yeah, you can sort out your build limit, let's say. Prime Minister would, in vanilla even, just collect a lot of cheap pipe weapons, drop them on the ground and scrap them. You get it down to 0 pretty quickly. But each time you do that takes a little bit
Actually, no, his game just crashes.
a little bit more weapons.
He has that habit ability to build some crashes.
Oh, come on. Come
So
on.
now he starts getting there a few settlements, so well back.
Okay. Let me just get these little guys in. Okay, we're nearly finished this little trim we're doing here. We got the other one done, haven't we? We have. Okay, we've got it done to here. We'll have to do something with this. And this as well, of course. Yeah, we'll soon be done on this. Oh, I was wondering where that went. No smoking sign. I lost that on the inside when I was fixing it up. Who broke my interwebs, yeah? I don't know
Yeah,
how
it could be
your
Rebel.
Xbox can run this much stuff in your settlements, Croc. Do you ever smells? No. It's just, it's that sleeping thing I do.
Now you get
Prime
it,
Minister. Yeah. That pretty much stabilizes everything. It allows the game, let's say, to kind of catch up with what I'm doing.
And as he's discovered every bug there is in this game.
Yeah. But I usually don't have problems. Let's say not of my own making.
Because when he discovers the bugs, then he learns how to deal with them.
Speaking of coffins, I got a pretty wooden urn when I thought I was going to die. Oh, 2 days ago, I finally got curious as to what it looks like inside. The screw is so glued in tight that I cannot open it at all. I am taking it as a sign, totally, that the urn is telling me to mind my own damn business. If Jessica, now I see why Croc discovers every bug ever. This has been hilarious. I've been playing this game, but listening to you guys. Yeah, totally. Silver. I have homemade antenna hijacking internet. It always goofs up when it rains.
Yeah, it can happen.
Now.
Just take that as a sign you're not gonna die anytime soon.
Totally.
You're doomed like the rest of us.
Yep. Oh, I forgot a piece of wallpaper on this one. Okay.
Forced to ride this out.
Yep. You're stuck here like the rest of us. Yeah, we forgot some wallpaper on this, guys. There. Now we can get back to what we were doing.
Have fun with Ark. I know a lot of
Nice.
people do. They love
Doomed to totally.
they love raising
So-
baby animals.
I decided to take the plunge. Yeah, downloading Ark right now. I normally don't play this type of game, but something about this game intrigues me. I've seen it. It looks pretty interesting. Yeah.
Well, there is a building aspect in it where you do get to build, but you're raising dinosaurs and all that too. So
It reminds me of that.
a lot of people just love the game.
Is it Ubisoft Primal? It reminds me a little bit of that. But more complex.
Ark. Ark Bible.
Okay, we have most of this now.
Oh, was it me breaking up?
Come on. Oh, I'll have a look at this new trim in a moment. I'll just get the last of it in. Come on.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about Elden Ring, which is a fun game to play. And there's lots to do in it.
Ah. This is the red zone.
And as far as I'm concerned, I'd
stupid
prefer a
red
brand
zone.
new Mass Effect over anything.
Ark or Lost Ark. You broke up. What did you say? Oh, not you, Croc. Yeah, it's FGS. Your mic is kind of cutting in and out a little bit, FGS. On my side, at least.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Kind of like, you know, that kind of computerized kind of robot-y kind
body.
of, yeah,
Yeah.
like echoing and then cutting. Why Prime? I love the game, but I'm not obsessed with it. I know some people who say it's the best game ever, like Death Stranding, more than Elden Ring. Ah, I was hooked on Elder Scrolls Online until they changed everything and then ruined it. Yeah, Elden Ring and all Souls games make my hands sweat. I'm just trying to relax. Yeah, it's pretty hectic, isn't it? These are going to be a little bit of a pain. Yeah, let's see if we can take some from down here. They're easier to replace. Come on now. There we go. Let's see if we can get that one.
Alright, Croc, I'll talk to you later. And I'll see everybody later.
No problem.
Everybody have fun.
Stay safe,
And I'm
Jess.
about to restart my
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. Now we get these ones in. We're kind of in a red zone. Let's say we're outside the build area, so I'll have to kind of be careful with this one. Ah, come on. There. I'll have to fit them in at a distance, I think. But the problem with fitting them in at a distance is... Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'll have to try and get this from the other side, guys. But I had this one in, let's say, before I had the walls up, but we've got a ton of stairways up as well. And I might be able to get out through here with minimum damage. Well, and that's the plan. There. Nice. Okay, we'll see if we can get the rest of this in. We should be able to do it. Elden Ring, not really my type of game. Watch the trailer, it doesn't look good. There's a lot of people into the kind of Dark Souls games. I'm not sure why, Prime. I love the game. I'm obsessed with it. Ah. Elden Ring and all Souls game. Too good. I'm Source's mod. He's the only one I watch play Elden Ring. If it wasn't him playing, I don't think I could sit every night playing it like I do with Soulstroke, because no matter how much I love the game, it's very hectic. Yeah, we're basically changing the trim on this guy. I'm trying to, at least. Okay, let's see if we can do it again. And get one entire section done. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. Now that could be very dodgy. Yeah, you see that Oblivion dance? That could cause a lot of issues. Uh, no. Unbelievable. No, we failed miserably at that one. Miserably. Okay. Let's get back in. We'll have to change it anyway. It's going to be hardish to get these pieces in. We might have to remove walls from the other side. I play a guitar to relax. Those just enraged me. Nice. There's just no wrong time exploring and doing things. Yeah, it's from one fight to another. That's... I don't think I could really get into that. Oh, hi Jill. Like I've just slept for days. Nice. You had a bit of a sleep. Cool. Yeah, FGS was just on. He just left just a few minutes ago. Oh, he's still here. Yeah, something side mission, something you could just take a breather at, you know? Or do a bit of exploring, let's say, collecting new weapons and armor, or trying to make your character, let's say, a little stronger before the next fight. Come on. Oh, this trim. Oh, we don't need that really, do we? I don't think so. That was a mistake. If we're going to keep on these ones, that is. Okay, we'll get these pieces later. It's these ones here where you have to be kind of smacking those ones in. Oh, I know what we'll have to do here. We'll have to go the whole hog on this one. There. come on now. There. Okay. Yeah, a lot of things we'll have to sort out on this one, I'd say. Well, we're getting there. We need to sleep. Yeah, we almost have all of our trim done, Joe. But some of them are quite awkward. We might have to remove some walls to get to them. They were put on before the walls went up. Well, we'll keep at it until we get it done. Kojima now. Yeah, it's coming along. It's breaking it up a little bit. The other ones were okay, but they blended too much, you know? They blended a little bit too much. Here, let's save it here. We'll have a look. Let's have a look at how it's going so far. Yeah. That's a lot better, Joe. You know, than the white piece we had. See, that's the old one. And that's the new one. Yeah. That would work out a lot better. It's bright enough for us to get away with it as well as matching the other little pieces we did. And we can get the other guys in as well. We're just having problems with these pieces. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, I think that would work. It does, the junk heaps that were here, unbelievable. It was a large car here I managed to scrap. The house you were referring to is around here. That's scrapped for me because there was no script on it. But the shack, yeah, we couldn't scrap that. So that's in around here. Beneath our foundations, the shack. That's why we went up pretty high on this. I have a dream catcher necklace and a Cupid necklace. Nice. Showed them on Twitter and all of you saw it. Oh, nice. Like my tweet. Give me a thumbs up comment and retweeted my tweet. Nice. Oh, cool. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. It's the shape. Yeah, it's the shape. Oh, let's get these other ones in. Well, we're working with this one, was it? That's pretty much done, so I have to go around on this side. We'll see if we can get it done, let's say, one level at a time. And then the hard ones, we'll have to bite the bullet and move a few things to get them in, I'd say. Sam Bridges and Dead Stranding, Wally Dreamcatcher necklace, and Cupid necklace in the game. I got replicas of them. Nice. Oh. Which one was it? This one here, I think. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. I think one of these pillars I missed. We can get it on the way down. There it is, I see it down there. I missed one of the pieces on that. Let's get that before we forget. Oh. Okay. There. There, that's our little mistake rectified. Let's get back to what we were doing here. Here. And here. Oops. And two more. Then I guess it gets nasty where the buildings are. We should be able to get some of them without moving the walls, I think. It's a sad they stole metal gear from him like that. Oh nice, we managed to get that one in without too much hassle. Don't ask me how I'll get the other ones. It's in the red zone, so I don't want to move that staircase. It's took too long to get that guy in. These are easy. It's just a matter of slotting it back in. Now. There. I'll fix them eventually. So, this is going to be a problem. Because we've already got our stairs in. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in it, Lantern. The Snappy House kit, what I'm using is Xbox. I think it might be on Nexus as well. Probably is. Ah, such a shame. I don't know how we're gonna get those. I really don't. We will probably have to move some stuff, guys. But we'll give it a shot. And once we do this, I want to have a look at the gardens in the front. There's something else we could do, but I think it would be kind of too much on this. But I'll give it a quick try and see what it looks like. Yeah. So, I This is not too much. We could, do it this way. Yeah, we might get a few in here. Well, that's cool. Have we got all of them? Oh, it's close. There we go. Nice one. Now I'll just repair what we did. Hopefully without too much of an issue. There. We'll probably have to do the same again here. Good. Okay, I think we almost have this. We'll have to move it all. Yeah, we'll have to move it all. Hopefully not too much hassle. I think that's the first layer. There's a few bits on the top one, and I think, once we get to the walkway, we've basically done all that already. There. Getting you back in. That's gonna be fun. There. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. We didn't have to do too much destruction. Now, this guy. How many of these did we get? I think it's this one here, isn't it? Oh. See, I see. I see. Oh, it's in here. Oh, cool. It's the wrong way around. That way. Okay, I think we have it, guys. Let's save this and jump out and see that we get it properly. All the right way around, and then we can reload again and work on this. Come on now. On this one. Oh, these are so hard to grab. Ah, come on. There, let's see if we've got all these guys. Okay, we'll save it here. Into gonna take ages. Yeah, it is. It's the decorating, especially the way I do it. I crowded it out, let's say, but you know, just enough to make it look really detailed. This is a nap in the park compared to the college. Yeah, 80 dorms, 80 patios, nightclub, cinema. We've never done a cinema, a full-scale cinema, guys. Cinema, swimming pools, bus stop, massive driveway, car park, basketball court, about a dozen classrooms. It went on forever. Yeah, that one went on forever. Let's see. Ah, just that one on this side. That piece there. And I think all of this is done, isn't it? So, that side is done. I think the front is done, the other side. It's just that little piece. And we've got all of our trim in. There might be some minor adjustments, let's say, up around the top part, but yeah, front is done. Oh, we need the other guys. They might be hard, to be honest. Well, we can give them a shot. Yeah, just those pieces. Just those pieces. Or right down the other side. That's not bad. I like it. Once I get the other pieces in, yeah, it should be okay. Oh, the locker rooms, yeah. And the shower rooms, remember? We kind of did the little benches, you know, the kind of classic college locker rooms. Yeah. Oh, the cafeteria, yeah. And the tower, yeah. That went on forever. It's not bad. Yeah, it does look a little like a cruise ship. Nice, okay. So, just that one there. We've got to fix those couple of pieces. But that's only the start of this. I don't know how I'm going to get the other guys on the outside. Not going to be easy. That was your favorite one. Cool. Now let's get those pieces in. I think it's... Which one is it again? It's that one up there, isn't it? I think it is. It's down the other side here. Like 3-4 pieces. Should be able to get it from here. And then we'll see where we're going. Oh, we've shot a few lights in here as well, I see. In the game industry, there's no secret. It comes with the territory, yeah. Is one thing. Just leaves, yeah, totally. Okay, 3 pieces, wasn't it? Nah, that was easy enough. I can't complain about that. So that's it. That's our trim as far as I can see. Let's drop down and we'll see that we get everything. And then the hard part comes into play. I think I missed the fuel lights here. I did. Might as well put them in now, I suppose. We're already in the menu. Okay, let's see where we are now. Alright, let's give it a shot. I think we have everything. Yeah. That's it. That's all of our trim. So we have the trim out of the way. Now stage 2. What I want to do is, if I can, on all of this, which I don't know if I can do it, on the back at least, is get this kind of look. The 2 stories on top should be, oh, relatively easy. Even here we might be able to get away with this kind of look. See what I've done here? Oh, we gotta do it there as well. This. It's not gonna be easy. That one from the top will have to move shortly. We're missing one here. Okay. There might be problems with the doors, to be honest. We've got to take doors into account as well. So, I might be able to actually fit them from here, I'm not sure. I don't really have the room to work on a platform outside. We couldn't afford, let's say, the loss of a panel on this. Now, okay, round 2. This is where we're going to suffer a little bit, I'd say. Okay, we do it from here. Now these can be iffy. See, that's what kind of messes it up a bit. If this gives me too much hassle, what I'll do is I'll leave that for a little later while I'm not streaming. Now, this might be a bigger job than I expected it to be. Oh, there it is. Come on. There. It's going to be a nasty little grind. There. That's basically what I'm looking for. What did you just drink? Some soda, Rebel. Wait, I should mind my own business. No, it's okay. Yeah, just some soda. Skooma. Totally skooma, yeah. Yeah, you need the old skooma. I don't want to do the middle, guys, just on the windows, let's say. So... yeah, it'll be a hard enough fight to get all of these in, I'd say. Oh, come on. I really haven't a clue. You see, this snappy house kit, you can do one side absolutely perfect, go to the other side, and not one piece will fit. There you go, I just can never understand this mod. Okay, let's see how many we can just fluke in. None. Oh, there's one. That's a sheer fluke. We could probably... I don't know. Get away with that. But then you see we're stuck here on this. So I think we can only just plaster it on the windows. I don't think we'll get away with anything else. We'll eventually work our way through this. It can be the angle of it sometimes. There's one more. Come on. It's not too bad, I suppose. Skooma, yeah. There. Come on. Two on this, and I think for the time being at least we've got this end sorted, have we? Window, 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 window. Ah, there's a few more to do. I don't think there'll be any easy fix for these guys. There, we've got it done all the way down as far as there, but it's the one below us that's going to be a problem because Obviously of the red zone. Oh, come on. You can't really tell what these. It's touch and go. Let's see if we can get this top one in. Yeah, sometimes when you get one in, it makes it way easier to get the other one in. Come on. Come on. Alright. There. So, done. Done. That's it. The side is completely done. Well, for the first two levels at least. So we're pretty okay on that. There's a few bits and pieces on this that need some serious help. And I think it's best to be get those ones out. Okay. Now, it's just this one. Maybe if I get that out of the way, it might help. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Okay, let's repair this guy. Get this back out to about there. And then this guy. There, that's one side. Yeah, that's one side. I got the signs and stuff on it later, but that's exactly what I'm looking for. Right. We're obviously missing a few from here. And there's two in the... well, there's four in the center there. It's gonna be nasty. I don't want to move the sign, obviously, so... Okay. I don't know how these ones will go, but... oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let me get rid of this junk for a moment. There. Alright, let's get up here. Okay. We'll take that out for a moment. One might help the other a little bit, I'd say. Oh, come on. It's amazing how you detail the buildings. A lot of stuff I would never think of. If you do a couple. But it's just trying to get it, you know, as unique as possible. You know, something a little different if you can. You kind of got it, let's say, when you don't have a lot of stuff. But you'd want the patience of a saint for this, especially with a snappy house, C-Dub. You know, you could do an entire side with not a hitch and just go to the other side and every piece would refuse to fit. Can be very frustrating. Very frustrating. But all you can do is stick with it. Yeah, we might have to use our little ladder system for this one. Come on. No, we got away with murder. Of course we did. There. But the most important thing is when it gets dark like this is to sleep. The last thing we need is frame drop. Or nasty bugs. But the front is coming along pretty good. Yeah, it's giving that kind of look I want. Once the lights go in, the exit decorations, God knows what else I'll think up. Maybe a little string of lights around here. And yeah, you're basically layering it, you know. One layer on another, like decorating a cake. That's not bad. It doesn't look like such a box now. So, we'll keep those around for a while. We might eventually need them. Where's my bed? But the decorating, it takes forever, C-Dub. Especially in the wards, that's going to take a lot of detail. You know, tiny little things here and there. And trust me, the devil is in the detail. Now, right, let's get our sides done. So, once we do this side, there's 2 stories done. The hard one comes up then. Only because of the red zone, really. But not impossible. You know, nothing is impossible. I'd like something, some kind of lighting, guys, on the centerpiece here. Not exactly neon, but there's this kind of stuff. I don't know. I'll try a few different things in a moment. There's stuff here like that. That we could space it at the right intervals. And it kind of goes in with the trim. I think that would work, wouldn't it? You know, you've got that kind of almost gold color and a dark kind of copper color as well. And we do that in each of the sections. I'll just leave a couple to remind me. And that would give us a kind of front lighting on the building. Now, we could also break that down, and that would give us decent measurement. I prefer something like that, to be honest. Although, yeah, maybe. Maybe something like that. Eventually. I'll concentrate on getting the pieces done before we do and change the settings so they snap in a bit better. But that will really light up the front of this from a distance. That's what we need. Might be in a slight bit of trouble on the back if we're going to do something like that. Or here. There's another thing I used to do, but let me have a look at that again. You see, this is the problem with messing about with this stuff. Yeah, everything goes to pot when you mess about with that. There it is. You'd probably be best pushing it beneath, like so, if you're going to get away with it along here, and not to have it obviously on the floor. Yeah, we'll sort that one out after. I'll give it duller light. I'd kind of prefer dull light. It might light up the trim a little bit as well. Okay, let's get these ones in. Now, on the other side we skip these. I'm thinking, what have we got in here? What did I do in here? Oh yeah, there's two pieces. Well, the way it is with this stuff, to be honest, oh, the single ones maybe not. I'll check that out later. So, we're just doing the windows. Well, we can do the front on that. We can use the Omni, let's say, to light up the sign. That we could probably do in a different color. Depends. Okay, let's carry on. One problem at a time. There. Okay, this is torturous, this stuff. Gotta move stuff to fit it in. Oh, hang on. We might get the odd one. Yeah, the very odd one. Okay, enough. Right. We'll probably have to do the same thing all over, remove these. I might get a decent snap. There. Oh, I'll have to remove them all. Pretty much. Now, let's get this stuff back. Okay. Alright, be nice. Okay, we've got what? 1, 2, 3, and we need this one. Come on. Oh, we're gonna get trouble on some of these pieces. That is guaranteed. Whatever it is about this mod, let's say, when you work on another side, seems to be a difference. I know it seems impossible between left and right. I always find it much harder to snap the pieces on this side of a building. But it will eventually go there. There. 4. Still a few to go. Ow. Yeah, well, literally have to move them. In the hindsight, I should have doing this before the trim. But we're eventually gonna, just means a little bit more time. Don't ask me how we're gonna get the other ones on the back end. Probably have to take them from the inside, but if we do... Oh, I do. We're removing a few pieces. There, how many more do we need? 4. Okay, just 4 more to go. And then the back and these 2 stories are done. The back, oh. Not quite sure how we're going to get around the back. I haven't even finished this side yet. I might change over to something else. We might try something different in a moment. The same way you do everything, Croc. Magic Shamrock. Hi, Slot. Hi. How are you? And how have you been keeping, Slot? We're getting there with this, but this one has taken time, Slot, as usual. Ah, come on. Okay, we got the Oblivion Dance. Ah, I give up. Yeah, when it goes like this, it's just trouble. There. What tends to happen with these is they just glitch through a wall and then you're finished. Okay. There's oh! This is what's wrong, these guys. Ground glitch. I was wondering what was going on here. Ground glitch. They cause all kinds of problems, guys, for about 2 squares around the area. Hi, Slot. Hanging in there. Made shepherd's pie tonight. Oh, cool. Food coma for sure. Nice. Yeah. I was complaining about the way they were snapping. It's these. These guys here, these are legendary. It's like a kind of... like an invisible gravity. It's like... a little bit like warp space. Like an invisible force field, and it stops stuff from snapping. That's the only way I could explain it. But it causes some really funny stuff to happen. We could just call them ground glitches. When I say we, I mean myself and FGS. There. 2 more. 2 more. Yeah. You've met, yeah? The one in Star Night Drive-In. Whenever you get that kind of rendering issues there, they're only tiny, but they do happen. Always from there. Okay, just 2 more. There, it's not too bad. And this one. Yeah. Come on. Just one piece, guy. Come on. I'll definitely save after this one. And then this one. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's our design. Let's see what it looks like now. Well, that would definitely make it... I'm not kind of sold on the lights yet, but they're going in with the trim. I almost felt like crying when I saw the foam pole, power poles. It's not even when you get through them. It's so hard to explain for at least a panel all around them to create like a kind of ground glitch. where you're snapping stuff on a wall and nothing seems to work. It's like an invisible object in the way. I think I know what they did, Rebel, and I've seen it on some mods. Let's say that telegram pole is much bigger, much wider, taking up a bigger area, and then they'll size them down, and they're much smaller. But let's say because they're originally created at a certain size, they'll take up the space. I've seen it with some mods. Oh yeah, the globe. Yeah. I don't know, what was it? Some kind of gasworks or something. But this is not a bad spot now. No, it's got plenty of buildings around it. Oh, I think I know the one you're on about, yeah. And this was some kind of chemical factory, I'd say. It's a pity I couldn't get to that sign. It's too far outside my build. I was thinking about using workbench anywhere, but I've heard it gives some really bad problems. Not worth a chance, let's say, for little bits and pieces like that. Okay, let's save this. So now we're getting there. Let's see what it adds to this design. Ah, that's much better. Now, I will have to add the rest of that here in the center. Not so much, let's say, where the doors are. I think I might have a way around that. But that's what I want. The first 2 stories, but the back is going to be a problem. Well, I'll have to sort it out. Okay, I have a plan. So, this is what we do. I think it should work. Let's say I have the double ones, and I think they're for this, as long as there's 2 pieces. 2 squares, I think. Yeah, I think that's 2 squares, isn't it? Let me have a look. It's actually 1.5. See, that's what's killing me. And that's 1.5 as well. And there's no way I can change that. Yeah, it's 1.5. Ugh. I might be able to glitch. I don't know, that's something I'll have to do. Let's say when I'm not streaming. That's not too bad. That's a major problem. Oh, you get the half one here. I wonder, could I put my door elsewhere? It's the door that's killing me. But we really need to get out here. I might actually change these doors. Let's say we don't go with the doors, and what we do is... Oh, we gotta have a way out. Here. That will be our way out, guys. That's what we'll do. Oh, hi the Dream. Thanks for following. I appreciate it and welcome. That's what we'll do, guys. totally. We'll have a double door here. Well, we already have one here, and we can do the same on the other side and have a straight run through. Oh, my pleasure, Dream. Yeah, this is what we're doing here. It's a large medical facility. And that's what we'll do. We'll go straight out here and I'll seal in the doors. Yeah, that's what I'll do. The doors were kind of a decent plan, but I think we can dispense with them. And we'll get the design we want on the side, and we can run the doors straight through. That would probably work. And that would make room then for our lighting. And I'm not 100% sold on them, but they're close enough to what we need. Let me just show you what we've been doing. Let me see that I saved this. I did, yeah. So this is a large medical facility. We're still working out the design. We've been kind of jumping from one thing to another, not 100% finishing anything. It kind of stops me from getting burnt out being too long on the same piece. So we still have a lot of lighting and stuff to do, and we've finished half of 2 wards on the first floor. We've done like a double-story car park. I like playing on survival difficulty and settlement building. Nice. I've never done Fallout 4 in survival. I've done it on the hard levels, but never on survival. I've never used mods, let's say, for that. But I usually skip between this game, day on, day off, on Skyrim. But I got the Anniversary Edition, which has the Creation Club, which is basically mods. So yeah, I'm definitely going to do survival on that. I've been playing it so far on Legendary, and it's still way too easy. So yeah, survival might make it interesting. But this one, I'll show you an earlier save. And this is 3.5 hours into the build here. But we took some time getting here as well. But we spent probably 100 on it so far. And this one is going to take a long time. So there's the old shed, guys. That I built over. And basically this is what it looks like 3 hours into the build. I use these for a marker system. You know, getting a settlement on the center. So just a lab platform to start off with, yeah. Yeah, no mods. Save only on sleep and can fast travel. Yeah, that's pretty good. Although it does really extend your game a lot, doesn't it? But just like Skyrim, let's say, if you grind enough on your character, yeah, you'll get through any difficulty level. So that was about 3 hours into the build. Most of the time was spent lining this up. But this is what it looks like now. That's 3 hours, and this is 4 days, what night? Oh my god. 96. We're 103 hours in, guys. This is going to take some time. The longest one I ever did was 240. So this is what it looks like now. Although we have done a lot of work. I will be working on the rest of this decoration in a moment, and the lighting. The lighting will really make it, to be honest. But this is going to be my biggest problem here on the back, because I built right on the edge of the red zone, so putting the pieces on will not be easy. We have a helipad on top. We have a prop vertibird, which we retrofitted to make, you know, a kind of medical airlift kind of thing. But I think I know how to get around this little problem we have here. So that's what it's like outside. And we're going with little ponds here, which again we'll be doing a lot of decoration here later. I just like to get it done in levels. Oh, thanks, Dream. And the patio was just to cover a lot of really nasty ground here. That's the old campfire I couldn't scrap. You know where that trader comes in. So he usually stands around here now. This will be all finished eventually. And then through here, on each corner we have a stair system that goes all the way to the roof. So 4 of these. This goes all the way up to our emergency kind of drop off. I was going to try and retrofit this later. I'm not 100% on that. This kind of goes around here. And of course we've got this look. But it's starting to become very complicated. We'll eventually have reception here once I get around to it. And then our wards. Well, I finished this one 100%. This one took some time. So we'll have our little nurse station here. And these are the rooms that really take the time. And this will be our female ward. This is 100% done. There's nothing much more I can do. Eventually we'll be getting around to these. And the male section is the other side. How do I get to it? Oh, down here. It's basically the same except for the bathroom. Just a few minor changes. So we did the lighting it to be kind of dull. And we'll be having X-ray department, you know, all of that stuff upstairs. Hopefully the cell will last. It doesn't give me problems, but so far it seems to be pretty stable. Again, we still have tons of decorating to do. I haven't really finished anything yet. X-ray will be in here. And I'm not sure what to do here. I might go with maybe an optician's and dentist, or maybe labs. Labs would probably work better. And this in turn will lead into, you know, just medical storage on these two. And this will eventually be our operating theatre. Just need some lighting and a ton more decorating. And then let's say on the roof, which again we haven't finished 100% yet. Still needs a lot of work. Oh, come on. I managed to glitch in 2 pilots, so we've got our pilots and just some stuff like this. And that's light. And I might do a few more things if I can actually, you know, get it together. But I won't really concentrate on this until I'm finishing the roof. That's kind of decorating, and I usually leave it last because I don't know when I'm going to change something. And that's everything so far on this one. Dream. We have a long way to go. But if I can beat the outside into shape, that will be a big step in the right direction. Now let me grab some soda. Okay, come here, soda. Okay. Got it. So, I have a plan, guys. We're gonna go with a main door out the center, which I probably should have gone. But the temptation, let's say, to do this was too much. So a little bit of a design change. This is why I do the decorating last, you know, if I can, because, you know, it just puts a lot of work on. You have to take away everything you've done. Right. Now, this is what I'm thinking here. We close up the door. Yeah, I am. That's because I am an old guy. And that's why I grunt like one. Soda is even too strong for me now. I suppose if I went back to regular drinking, I would be a lightweight for a while. It would take me a few weeks to get back into it. Yeah, but I could handle my whiskey one time. But it would take me a while to get back again. But it's like riding a bike, Rebel. You never forget. It just takes a little bit of practice. It's about the strongest thing I drink. Oh, I have a couple of whiskies now and again. You know, nothing much. Yeah, so we'll go central on this. So where are we going to be busting out? Where's our middle section? There it is. There. So let's have a look at this one. This is where we're going to bust out. That one we shan't be using anymore. There. Now, let's get these guys out of the way for a moment. So, we bust straight out to here. And what's it? It's probably 2 on this one. Well, I'm hoping it is, or we're in trouble. Now, let's make absolutely sure we can make this work. So this is what I propose. Now let's have a look at this for a moment. Yeah, that's okay. Now that looks like 2. So we remove these for a moment. I've done a little bit of redesigning. Now we need to go here. We need to go here, 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 and obviously, I don't know. Do we need the large doors? Might go with a smaller one. Yeah, this one we go with a smaller one. One of those guys. You know, we don't need the double doors here. The double doors is just, let's say, for coming in here on the outside. We need something a little more discreet. So we go with that. And then go to our wallpaper, exterior, that guy, and then, oh, we needed tiling. Silly me. Going tiling. We'll smack that on. Oh, there's one good thing about getting old, Rebel. I can keep complaining. And I can keep saying stuff like, let's say, get off my lawn and where's my check? Oh, you don't feel it creeping up on you, I can tell you. Seems like yesterday I was a young kid of 50. Yeah, so we do that. Now, this is where we see if this actually works. The double doors wouldn't work here, but we're just going out onto a pathway. So, if we went with... come on. This one. That one. That one. And I'm hoping this one. Maybe. Okay, be nice. Be nice. There we go. Yeah, this would work. Let's get these back on. Just that one. Come on. There. I can put some extra lighting here on the door and that will fill that. We've got our clothes in. So that's that sorted. So here you've got the half panel. What, like between every one. So this one will be closed right up to this. Yeah. We'd have to do this. Oh, we're getting rid of these doors. Cool. Yeah, we get rid of these ones. That would work. Yep, we are getting up there. And they're damn right. Yeah, totally. Pay their taxes. We've got a right to complain. I thought at first you were telling me to be nice. Oh no. No. Yeah, we paid our dues. And then some. And then some. Now, and this is our last major problem here, the outside. The rest, everything is inside. But the outside will make it or break it. So we get rid of all this junk. And the other one. Here. Now, we'll have a long corridor. I'll find some way to work that. It's a pity there's no kind of tiny windows. So now we gotta fill these up. And that will be easy enough. We go back to these guys. Here. And here. And here. Wrong one. These ones. There. And we still got a way out, so, and a central at least, so. Now, we'll quickly scrap the other sides. Very quickly. We'll have to sleep shortly. Now, we will be using that guy. There's no need to make another one, so we'll save you for later. There. We'll patch that up. You never really know what kind of design you're going to get on these. Take on one little project and you got to make little adjustments. Pretty much builds itself after a while, I'd say. There. Come on. Now, we just work the wallpapering. 4 pieces and then we're ready to put the rest of the stuff on. We should get a consistent outside now, I'd say. You know, the same kind of measurements. I'll put a scanner, I'll find something to put on that. Actually, that would make an ideal spot for a fire sign and a fire extinguisher. Yeah, I think that's the way we'll go with those. Let's get down here. Get our 2 last pieces of wallpaper, and obviously we'll be getting rid of these guys. Totally. Let's get these ones done. Just make sure and finish what we started. Okay. There. Okay. Let's sleep. We gotta sleep. Now, what there's a habit I picked up I shouldn't really be doing is smoking bad. It's my only vice. Right. Okay, we clear the weather. Now, we should be able to work out this design. Ah, that's way better. Now let's see. So between everyone there's a space, so we go and we stick on this side and this side, and yeah, I can see this work. Right. Stop talking and go to sleep. time enough sleeping when I'm dead. Then I'll be getting lots of sleep. The longer I stay awake, technically, the longer I stay alive. That's one silver lining. He was trying to get some sleep and I was chatting away. Oh. Now, so let's see. We'll take that out. And we'll bring this guy in here. Now we're back to grinding these guys, aren't we? Now, hopefully this was not in vain. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Now, okay. Right. This one and this one. Now let's see what it will look like. To be honest, I would really like to get the lights in here on this side. We'll try a few lights in a moment and wait till dark and see what it looks like, but I think this would really work. Yeah, this is it. The rest are all half panels. Okay, we do the same down here. I had awesome butters. Oh, nice. All four of them treated me like I was a queen. Ah, that's good. You were the youngest then, I presume. Rebel. Yeah, I was the youngest of my family. There, so... Now, this one may be a little iffy for a moment. We get these ones in. Oh, that was quick. That was quick. Oh, you were middle. Oh, I was the youngest. Family of 7. Which in the day was considered to be normal. Now it's more like 2, maybe 3. There, so that's the look we're going for. Oh, strange. Why have we got 2 pieces? Oh, look at that. I was looking for that everywhere. What's the story on that one? Where did we mess up? We might be a little 1, 2. Let me see. I probably went a half square back more on this one. I'm tempted to make a little. Ah, you couldn't. Yeah, I suppose you could with a half one. I wonder. Not really. No, it is tempting. It is very tempting to open this up right into that guy there, but we'll still come into problems for this. Not really worth it. But possible. So this is a problem. And you won't really change it because of the no, it will come in at the same angle. Half square. No, you won't change that one. I'll tell you what we can do though. We can do this. And I can do a little bit of fixing on the other one in a second. I can probably glitch too. Ah, come on. Come on. Always something. That silly telegram pole. It's gonna cause me all kinds of problems. Yeah, I had 7 kids. And I tell people that their jaws drop. Or they make a huge deal out of it. When it was just normal. Yep. I have a huge extended family, Rebel. On my mum's side, my mum's sister had 20 kids. Unbelievable. Imagine that, 20 kids. Really. Maybe she should have invested in a home entertainment system. It would have been easier. I have a niece who has 12. Yeah. But that's not common anymore. Usually now it's 2, 3, maybe 4, that's it. Oh my goodness, come on. There you go. There you go. That's as good as it's getting, guys. And the rest I can sort out a little later. Okay, we go up with that one. There. That should do. Yeah, that works. Let's have a look at it now. Here too. Ah. Yeah, they're scattered all over the place. Mostly in Britain and Australia. There was my granddad's. My granddad's. Let me see. Cousins, I think it was. Or was it? My granddad's cousins. I think they went to the States around the 1860s. I remember my granddad saying something about that, but you know what it was like. We kind of lost track with them, let's say, after a decade or so. I don't know whatever became of them. The ones in Australia, yeah, I could. Although, let's say for the past couple of decades, kind of lost track, but have a rough idea where they are. Canada and New Zealand as well. Now, I think that's the finished job on that, because that's as good as we're going to get. This little thing we have here, I think I can solve this in a moment. But what I need to do is see what it looks like. Can we get away with it? Pretty much. Yeah, that would work. So that's what we need to do. We'll do the other side and then we'll do the hard part, the back part. Then the lighting. Yeah, that would work. That I think we can get away with. Okay. Let's finish the other side. The lighting is going to be important. We'll have a look at that in a moment. See if I could find something suitable. But for my direct line, I'd say very little immigration. Till maybe the 50s and 60s. I did a little, not as much, let's say, as my dad's side. Let's say on my maternal side, I did a little bit of research. So I'm not quite sure, let's say, how they spread out. Such a massive job, isn't it? So you're doing both sides. That can be a massive job. Okay. That one. Right. Come on. That's it. That's those two. And then the center one here. Oh, I can use that one down here. Oh, this is kind of strange. Okay, let's see how this goes. No. Okay, that's 2. Come on. There. I think we got another one in here. Same, yeah. Same. To be honest, I think on both. Yeah. You see, being here, let's say, in small counties, you usually get that on both. You'd have small towns and villages, let's say, where it was common, let's say, for like, let's say, some guy would marry, let's say, some girl or some woman or vice versa, and then another member of the family would marry, you know, another member of the family from that. Yeah, it was very, very common here. See, the villages were small, you know, and we're going back a long time. But you'll find that, let's say, links like that on both sides. Especially in small communities. And especially in small communities, let's say, that, you know, didn't do much immigration. You wouldn't have to go much more than maybe 2 generations, you know. But that here is pretty common. You'd have a few members of one family who would be, you know, joined by marriage to another. And it was kind of probably like a protection thing as well, wasn't it? Back in medieval times. Yeah, very, very common. But it got to be a problem, I think, around the 15th century. So what I used to do was, you know, the festivals and stuff? Well, basically what that was like a large party where all of the villages from, well, as far as they could, would meet up, let's say, every year. And they would find, you know, mates, for want of a better word. They did, yeah, that was a big mistake. You need genetic diversity. I've seen, let's say, what that can do in some of the inner cities here, let's say. You would see, let's say, small populations in small areas, let's say, that would look very similar, if you know what I mean, in size, hair color, and, you know, characteristics. Also, as well, they would be under average height. I'm not quite sure if there's any scientific basis for that, let's say, you know, but I've seen it, yeah. Let's say in places like, let's say, the inner city in Dublin, or maybe in Limerick City. it was less, let's say, in the rural communities, you know. Yeah, the Egyptians were big into that, weren't they? The Romans as well. But I think up on, I think it was until the 1950s or 60s. Yeah, you needed, I think, special permission, didn't you? To marry a family member that close. I don't think I could do that. Unless, let's say, that cousin was Jessica Alba. Then I would make an exception. But out from that, no. I wouldn't be making any exception. It is very, very important, yeah. They have. Yeah, mental illness, yeah, was a big thing. Yeah, inbred. Let's say abnormal facial features like big ears. That was probably the most common, you know. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's legal here as well, but I think up until just a few decades ago you needed special permission. But it was more not legal, more of a religious kind of thing. Yeah. Now, I'd make an exception for Jessica, but that's it. I'd draw the line after that. Yeah. For Jessica, I would break all taboos. Now, that's that. Okay, just a doorway, and we can see what we can do. Yeah, the ears, that's the most common. It would be prevalent, let's say, in, well, not prevalent, but you can see it, let's say, in, like, let's say Prince Charles, for example. You know, the kind of ear thing. Lots of genetic stuff, let's say, like premature balding. All that is from the maternal side of the family. That you can't help, no matter how much genetic diversity you have. But let's say, with genetic diversity, let's say it happens in every 1 in 5 males. But let's say with the inbreeding kind of thing, it's almost guaranteed, you know. So the chances of that happening are, you know, almost inevitable. I'm surprised Croc doesn't use a Jessica Alba Fallout preset. Skyrim too, yeah. There we go. Oh, that's too late. It's that one, isn't it? It is. Let me get this guy in. Come on now, don't be like that. Let me get this one away. Come on. There you go. There you go. We need to get a little doorway in, smash 2 pieces, yeah. We're pretty much done on this. I looked at a documentary. It was an inbred family. They had all disabilities. Yep. I believe the documentary took place in West Virginia. I've seen similar stuff. Let's say, yeah, there's one disability, let's say, that you can get at birth. What's the name of it? The kids, they all look pretty similar. Oh, my brain just can't work. That's common. Yeah, there's a lot of common ones in that. The pose between left tells me he never thought of it before. Oh, Alabama. Oh, I see. But no, I don't think I could be attracted to my cousin. Of course, unless that cousin was a certain person. Now, just get the last little piece in. Okay, we're getting there. Go back. Oh, now, come on. And there comes the weather. Ah, Let's see if we can get this done before the storm gets in. There. And our wallpaper. And then we put our front on. Oh, the weather in this game, but it's not too bad here. At least I can control it. Oh, that is bad. That weather is really bad. There. Got it. Okay, let's clean this up. There we go. That's not bad. Yeah, really quickly, doesn't it? There. Now the only thing we have to do is the back. The back is going to be an absolute pain. You see, I wasn't really prepared for this kind of change. Alright, let's have a look. There it is. That's what we're looking for. Once the lights go in, so you'll see what we're missing here on this. Just all of this back. Don't ask me how we're going to get it in. It's not going to be easy. But for the meantime, we can add the lights on the side. I'll get around to this later. That's going to be a biggie. That is going to be a biggie. That's gonna be a real biggie. Nah, I might be able to make some kind of platform, but I don't think I can push out very well on it. There's another tiny problem we might have. And that's this guy here. I'm extremely tempted to... Here, let me see this. To push in one side. It was funny watching him build in the DLCs, literally right when he got back. Dip in mode. It got worse. Yeah, you remember that one? Almost like it was, yep. There's a dog outside and it won't. Oh, yeah, migraine time. Now, we pretty much got this. There's a possibility we'll have to cap them 2 little towers. And let's cap them and see what they look like. I'm not sure if I have half pieces. That could be a problem. I'm almost sure I don't have half pieces. That's the problem with making these towers. I'm almost certain I don't have half pieces. My neighbor's dog does that and it gets so really, if I am in a decent sleep. Sounds like my dogs. If we're to make this work, guys, we'll have to extend these out of half. That's a horrible, horrible thing. You see, we don't have half pieces. I'm really tempted to make a few changes, but it would be disastrous at this time. So this is what we would have to do to make this guy work. Oh, we get rid of these ones, leave them for starters. We literally have to do it this way. Yeah, there's no half pieces. Oh, I could make a little, yeah, I could make a little, yeah, it's possible. Put a couple of pillars in. Yeah, we could. Possible. Come on. Flip that. Okay. We could make our problem a bit of a feature, I suppose. Oh, we need concrete. Okay, we need steel as well. Yeah, I think this would work. That happened here once, and no joke, I heard a massive boom way off in the distance, like at 1 AM. Didn't hear them for a couple of days after. Oh my. Living in the Wild West has its perks, I suppose so. Yeah, I should be able to make this one work. I might be able to change this a little bit and make it like, Yeah, I think I know what I'll do with that one. Like a holding area, I suppose. And it would be pretty easy to put our piece in that. So what have we got in that? Oh, we don't have to go with that. We could go with something like this. That one is too dark. Okay, we'll definitely have to go with pillars, won't we? Yeah, we'll totally have to go with pillars for there'll be a wall system here anyway. So, how could we design that? And that would be the way we'd have to go if we didn't want to make some major alterations. But yeah, that's the way we'd have to do it. Now, there's even one more thing I could do with this. And I wonder if they would fit. But I would need them to snap. They're actually in residential. Probably in towers. Oh, they're here somewhere. They're squarish. It's not these ones. Ah, come on. Yeah, I could do a lot with that, but they're here somewhere. I just heard another one. This one sounded kind of bad though, really. Oh, where did I see these? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, a bit small. That's the kind of guy I wanted, to be honest. But it's... stupid. It's too small. That's strange, because I thought that would fill a complete square. It actually does fill a square. That's really ugly on top. Let's have a look at this guy. Yeah, it's snapping onto the half panels, I'd say. That's a bit much, but it is a decent color, but yeah. There. Let's see. Well, it's even. Not really. Not really. Let's wait till morning. Kinda sounded like a huge fuel tank. Probably, yeah. Some kind of explosion. No, that's totally not what I want. I'll sort out the details on that after, but let's go in with a trim. We'll definitely need a trim, even if we're to extend that one. We can make that a little double door system, and I suppose I could hold some stuff in it. But we definitely have to go with that. Yeah, that's horrible. I'll go with some pillars on the side, and I think that would work perfectly. Looks a lot better in daylight. I want to try having a look at that one, I suppose. Now get rid of that. Now let's see. What we need are these guys, is it? And just place them in. Okay, get them center on this. There. Oh, I see. Okay, we'll pull it forward. There. That would work, and add a few lights and we should be okay. That's not bad. Yeah, that would work. That would work. It's just a matter of glitching these into place. Oh, that one is perfect. Well, nearly. Okay, don't be like that. I don't know how I'm gonna get this way to glitch this guy. Stupid. I'll change the settings in that after and I'll get that piece in. Tank testing facility about 20 miles away, so it's hard to say, yeah, what it was. I do live by the Barrigo water bombing range. Oh, well, it's probably that, yeah. And active mines still out there. You stick to the trails. You need a permit to go out there and have to let them know every time you do. And here's some areas that's totally off limits. So some kind of testing area. Yeah, that's the way we work that one. Okay, we'll do a small bit here. We'll get our stuff ready. Now, let's fix the top of this guy. Yeah, we'll get rid of the junk on these. Ah, Croc. Ah, God. Tell me to snap straight back on. Impossible to see which piece you're scrapping. I hope I didn't lich this piece on. Cool. Okay, we got away with it. Now, let's see. Okay, we need a brighter one. That one. You see, I made that mistake again. Okay, we'll leave you there if you want to stay there. Right, one on this side. Yeah, we'll leave that one. Now we can do our capping. Well, let's see if we can use a 4-piece on this. $24. Ah, come on. There. There. Now let's see. Let's see if we can get this one. get up there. There. Right. We just roughly put these guys in, we'll fix them a little later. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Oh, he just got back. No, I just suppose they're quite tired, C-Dub. And we'll come back. Yeah, we have a rough idea where we're going with this, C-Dub. We're just getting the rest of it done. So we'll go with something like this. I just need a little bit of alteration, I suppose. We won't be going with that eyesore. Now. Get these ones. Come on. And that. And just 2 more. We'll get rid of that guy. And we'll need the other piece in a moment. A muffin sounds good about now. Nice. Yeah, we'll try and get that with a full one. Okay. One more on this side, I suppose. Oh, come on, don't fall off the edge, Croc. There. There. Okay, I'll use the smaller guys. Come on. That's it. With just a few of these guys to fit. And a roofing section and maybe lining these up a little after. Okay. Come on. Okay, 3 more on this. This is taking time, isn't it? I suppose the outside was pretty important. Might as well get it over with now. Okay. You're not gonna be easy, are you? Okay, come on now. Oh. Okay, I didn't expect this to give me so much hassle, really. There. There. This takes a little patience. There, I think that's 2, isn't it? What? No. I think, yeah. One on the other corner. Now. Oh, that's cool. That's 3, I think. This one. Oh, there you are. Okay. We'll open this up a bit. There. That's our 4th one. Right, that's the roofs anyway. So, the lighting. Yeah, I think the time has come for the lighting. Should look a ton better now. Yeah, that's not bad. Here's something. I don't know, I don't think we could manage it. It'd have to be 2 sections wide, there's no smaller pieces. Pity. Yeah, I am tempted to use some of the other stuff on this. But no, I don't think we could come up with more pieces on this. It would still bring it up a 4-story, that would be too much. I got back from a cool shower and putting on clean clothes. The coffee I made a little bit ago got cold, so I nuked it. It was super hot. I went to turn around to walk back to the couch, and the cup hit the corner of the refrigerator. Oh, it got all over the front of me. Get my tummy. Oh. Yeah, you want to be careful there. You know, if you have some cream or something for it, it's very easy to get an infection. even on the lightest of burns. Especially with coffee. Or any hot beverage, really. Pretty unfortunate. Yeah, we came up with a system here on this. On the roofs. We just pillared the back end. That kind of look, I think we get away with it. It's the lights now. And these, I might go with my little fire thing again on those. Who knows? Or maybe a large light. I could probably size it enough. So, yeah, let's save this. The light is the big one. Well, they're kind of like ideal, I think. But let's have a look at some other stuff. Oh, nice. You put first aid cream on it. Antiseptic cream. One of the burns is big around. As big as a coffee can lid. Ooh. Is it blistering? Yeah, if it's not blistering, it's not that bad. If you're afraid of any scarring, milk, yeah, from the fridge. It won't do much for the burn, let's say, but it will stop the skin from going brown and leaving scarring. Oh, hi, JSale. Oh, I'm fine. I hope you're doing well also. We're doing a large medical centre at County Crossing. This one is taking forever, but we're putting a lot of detail into it. And when I say we, I mean me. Oh, angry, yeah, not too bad, yeah. But still, if you pour a little milk over it, just in case. Yeah, I got a really bad one when I was a kid. On my upper arm. And the first thing my mum did, she's like 90 now, she poured some milk from the fridge on it. And even though it was a pretty bad burn, you know, it's almost not noticeable. It stops the skin from going brown. It literally colours the skin. Oh, that's good to hear. This is Snappy House Kit. It is, JSL. So you're familiar with it, yeah. I use Snappy House Kit, the old ones, USO and SOE, but not so much SOE here, obviously. And on Xbox, we're using all. Oh, thanks for the follow, JSL. Appreciate it and welcome. I'll show you around and I'll show you what I've done. We still have a lot to go. I've been kind of jumping around doing this, so I don't get too bored sticking to the one thing. I spend a lot of time on settlements, on one settlement building it, JSL. The last one I did wasn't too bad. It was Croup Manor. We did a fix-up on that with Snappy House. And we based it on the old Hitchcock movie, Psycho, you know, Bates Motel. And we did a little bit of lore on that one. That one took 96 hours. But we're about 105 on this so far. The longest build I ever did was 240. And mostly just chatting and building, you know, that kind of thing. But we're exactly 104 and a half hours into this. But I did say this one was going to take a long time. There's a lot of detail done inside as well, and it takes time. But what I'll do is I'll load up a save, let's say 3 hours in. So, oh, 3 hours, where is it? There. This is 3.5 hours in. That took us about a half an hour getting down here from the vault. So we use these for measurement. You know, getting a center on a settlement. And then I'll build it out, let's say, and then fill in. We can't scrap this, so I cover this one over. So that was 3 hours in. That was a long time ago. And this is what we've got now, JCL. Yeah, once it soaks in, yeah. So, now we've got car parks, we've got hospital wards, we're working on an operating theatre, x-ray room, labs, things like that. And we have a prop vertibird on the roof, and we're fixing it up as a kind of medical airlift transport kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of rare now. Yeah, the building. It used to be, and that's up to about 2 years after release. Yeah, mostly the old guys like me, but once they strayed off, once the game, let's say, you know, wasn't so popular, it's all questing and permadeath, which is good as well, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I prefer the building, you know. There's only so much you can do on a quest, and how many times you can do it. But with building, you know, you can always build something different. But the biggest build I've done so far on this is Spectacle Island. We used about 90% of that. The cells became a little bit unstable, but oh, we built a lot on that one. But this is far from finished. It still needs a lot more. So I haven't really finished any area 100% yet. But I'm doing it in stages, like layers. And that's the water panels from SOE. We'll be doing a garden here. And here. And that will be our, let's say, our kind of facade. There'll be 4 stair systems here going to the roof and the other floors. One on each corner. And this will lead us right up, let's say, to a casualty drop-off. We've got little walkways down here and here. Eventually I'll iron out the details on that. Yeah, a lot of people see it, and it's meant for set pieces, but you don't have to go that way. Now, although when you tend to go a different way, you'll find that maybe you're missing some pieces, but that's normal. Well, I'd say it's just meant for set pieces, but you know, with a little bit of practice, you'll get around it. Let's say, you know. Now let me grab some soda, and I'll show you the decorating part of it, and the car park and the. But the biggest one I've done so far, obviously, is Spectacle Island. I had to get a really massive build out of my system, and although Spectacle is probably one of the most unstable cells, it is the biggest one. So here I have this kind of thing, and this was just enough for bikes, and I still need to finish this, but I got my workbench in here and my power supply, and I'll eventually be doing some more stuff. I consider finishing this the decorating stage, and I always do this last. The unusual ground level here is because of the level of the settlement, you know. And the second layer is here. We just have enough headroom to get in. Again, I haven't finished it, but I made a good start on it. Maybe too many cars. I can trim them down later. And let's say on the other levels, this will need decorating, all of these. So once we get into casualty, I'm not sure about that. I was going to try and retrofit it as a makeshift ambulance. And we'll see how it goes. Grey Garden, I will, and Spectacle. So we've got half of 2 wards finished. So, and this is the kind of look I want here. So this is our male section. But this kind of detail in these wards take a long time. Oh, thanks, JC. It takes a long time, but it's fun. There's a lot of glitching. I use a mod as well called Place Anywhere. Yeah, I was really hamstringed without that one. It allows me to use pieces I couldn't normally use. You could probably do this without it, but it would take much, much longer. So that would be our male ward. The female one is almost identical, except for obviously the bathroom. You know, to give it that kind of institutional look. Oh, hi Turin. Tons of mods, console commands without Place Anywhere for sure, yeah. It is, yeah, it is. Totally. How have you been, Turin? No. Oh, fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well, Turin. So something like this. So basically the same. Well, identical really. Except for the bathroom. So there's still tons left to do on this. I've been not horrible, not awesome. Just drifting somewhere, and that's a good place to be, Torin. Yeah, that is a good place to be. No highs, no lows, just nice and level. So something like that. I will eventually figure out what I want to do. Well, I have a rough idea here and here. And it's pretty much the same on the other side. Oh, hi human. Yeah, we keep on. So pretty much the same, but there's still an awful lot to be done. So here we will eventually get an X-ray department in here, and well, anything we could put there really. Now this one, I'm not sure what I'm going to finish this as. I could do some labs, or I could do maybe dentist and optician. Not quite sure. A lot of this stuff as well, I'll have to figure out a way to cover it. We'll need a little bit more lighting after. Then we'll have some medical storage here and here. This will eventually be my operating theatre, but I've only done a tiny bit. This is actually an elevator, but I like the look of this. It reminded me of the lighting in that TV series, The Incredible Hulk. You know, the gamma ray thing? If I were you, I'd make some mods. This attention to detail reminds me of Eleonora. Oh, thanks, JSale. Yeah, I'm actually on Xbox. I'm pretty limited, let's say, on the stuff I can use. So something like this. But we went to great pains to use this. I totally like the look of it. So the way we covered it above, let me see. There's a long way to go on this one. We actually just pillared it in and used it as a support for a helipad. And we kind of boxed our stairways. Like that. And of course we used this. But once the lighting and the decoration is in and the plants and stuff, it will look much different. There's still a lot to do on this. I didn't even bother dropping these pillars yet, but it's a simple job. So we just added a few bits and pieces on this. And we glitched these guys in from the Mechanist DLC. You know those little robots? Oh, hi Blizzard! Hi. No, it doesn't fly, it's just a prop. I don't think this game could take it. It is, yeah. It's a little, well, it's a little trick I use. I sleep from about 8 PM to 10 AM in the game. And to you too, Briar. And to you. Happy St. Patrick's Day. How have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, sleep from 8 till 10. Basically, when you get here, don't move outside of build mode. And do not bring in any settlers till you're finished. You'll be pretty much okay. You'll get a pretty stable. Now, Spectacle Island is a different story. But we really overbuilt on that one. And this is what we've done in here, but again, I have a lot of lighting, a lot of stuff to do on this. We get our settlers in doing various things, and it will eventually come together, but it's got to be done in layers. And that's everything we've done on it so far. Love the Mechanist robots. Yeah, I think they're really making it. Their size is absolutely ideal. So I used the half robots and I used the bar stools just like the mod, because the guys on the bar stools with a mod have a large console and that didn't work. So I just copied, and the bar stool is a perfect size. You know, that vanilla bar stool. But it's nasty in doing this because it's what I call a one-shot deal. If you get the positioning wrong, you can't grab it again to move it, and you've got to start the process over. So you have one chance to place it right. It can take time sometimes. But they worked out pretty decently. So that's what we've done here so far. And once I get my lighting and stuff outside, you know, it should work out. Now I can show you my largest build, guys, And that one is Spectacle Island. That's huge, absolutely huge. Kind of unstable, but not bad, let's say. Kind of miracle that it loads, to be honest. But this is not exactly small either. I'll be getting lighting on the signs and stuff. I usually do the lighting the very last. I also did, the last build I did was a Bates Motel build. We did a little bit of lore on that. You know, the Norman Bates thing. Yeah. We made him a ghoul, so he survived the war. Oh, was it? Yeah. This one here. Ah. Yeah, I've been on this, it's day on, day off between this and Skyrim for the last few weeks. Oh, Bates Motel, was it? Or, I think it was Spectacle, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was Spectacle. Yeah, I'll show you Spectacle. This one is huge. And Crook Manor is the Bates Motel. Nuka World, that one was pretty big. That's kind of, yeah, I think it might have been Spectacle. That's a kind of Jurassic Park meets the Institute. That's the SOE type building. That's County Crossing, the one we're on. I also did the White House in Far Harbour, a Red Rocket themed microbar in Far Harbour, and a large prison based on Alcatraz at Longfellow's cabin, which was ideal. Again, a little unstable because of its proximity to Far Harbour. Makes it pretty unstable for big builds. Grey Gardens. That was a large SOE Institute type, huge dome. A kind of botanical garden. And this one is Spectacle Island. But we really abused these cells with animation and settlers and overbuilding. We took this to the brink a few times. But it's surprising, you know, what you can do with an Xbox when you push it. But this is down to the game. You know, the Xbox could have doing a bit more, but the game just wouldn't take it. Yeah. But this is not the stablest of all settlements. And this is a large cathedral. And it's roughly based on Salisbury Cathedral in the UK. Well, from what I remember anyway. I did make, obviously, some changes. So a large cathedral and a large graveyard. This one took 240 hours. It was a lot of grinding, especially on the inside. And the pews took forever to do. And here we done a kind of grotto with that Amazonian goddess statue and some worshippers inside. That's our entrance down there. Kind of Sleepy Hollow Bridge. A couple of duck ponds. We have a wine cellar in that building, and here we did a kind of Hall of the Dead on that one that's kind of half sunken. And a pretty large water feature and fountain on this one. So, let's jump down. Might get a little bit unstable once we move around. So this is our grotto. And this looks completely different at night. I do a lot of tweaking on the lighting, you know, for shade and stuff. It's really peaceful, isn't it? Yeah, it's really peaceful. I try to, you know, get it like that, clean and neat, and you know, try to get a certain amount of plants.
Can't remember the last time I had
Yeah,
clean
yeah, I like the
fingernails.
Elder Scrolls a little bit.
Huh?
You get that nice calm spot, let's say, in the middle of that chaos. Now you see the phasing. I know exactly where that one starts.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
And believe it or not, it's more of an issue got to do with the cells here than overbuilding. Yeah, this kind of reminds me a little bit of the dungeons. It also reminds me a lot of the caves in Odyssey. But the Hall of the Dead, yeah, it's kind of like the Hall of the Dead. Well, the best I could do with Snappy House. Now, it'll stabilize again in a moment. There's just some nasty parts in this. Here, now it's stable again. And we didn't have any problems here till the last day of building. And then we had to wrap it up really quick. We just pushed it too far. This place is huge. Yeah, a little bit. It's the stonework, yeah. And that's our duck ponds. And this is our entrance.
Whole place is run by robots.
Now down here we have our wine cellar. This kind of reminds me of, you know, that place outside Whiterun where you do that quest. Maybe because of all the barrels, really. That's our wine cellar. And this is our little Hall of the Dead. Oh, the ducks. They're from Creative Clutter, and they're just wooden decoy ducks. Yeah, that's what they were. Wooden decoys. And they're in the kind of junk section. Yeah, but they work, you know. They're actually decoy ducks. Yeah, they don't move or anything. But I have got some fish here from G21 that actually move. Now this looks a lot better at night time. Now I used a lot of candles from SOE on this one, but not SOE, from Creative Clutter. Creative Clutter actually got an update about 2 weeks ago, so I've got to come back here and repair the candles after the update. Kind of messed them up. You can see them hovering here. They've dropped down since the update. So I've got to come back here and eventually fix those. There's maybe 10-minute job getting them all back. Yeah, they've got to be fixed again. Was an update. So on each corner we've got this little gardening shed. 4 of them, 1 in each corner. And of course we've got gardeners all over the place. And we've got absolutely oodles of these stone coffins. What's my favourite building mods? The most useful to me is Place Anywhere, to be honest. My favourite would probably be Snappy House Kit. You know, just because of all the different pieces. But if I used this exclusively, it wouldn't take me long before my settlements would be kind of looking the same. I do the odd SOE build, depending, let's say, on, you know, what I want. And, well, the USO would be, well, mostly I've been using it for plants and trees. But I did do a huge marble, well, not huge, pretty big, SOE build at Starlight. I don't have it here now. I got that 0 kilobyte bug a few months ago, which wiped out 21 of my settlements. But I managed to save that in 7 before it happened. I managed to upload it to YouTube. But that one is a casino build at Starlight Drive-In. That one took a long time. It's very, very hard to work with that USO stuff if you're using little bits of Snappy House Kit, you know, with it as well. And the glass, obviously, from SOE. Sizing are different. I had to double the roof. Yeah, I lost 2,000 hours on that save blizzard. But, yeah, I wouldn't let Todd get to me. I had 21 settlements, was halfway through my 22nd. And they got wiped. I managed, well, I was a little bit slow and lazy uploading them. But I got 7 out of the 21, so I lost 14. It still served its purpose. I got a bit of practice in, I was streaming it, you know, made some new friends, so, you know, it wasn't too bad. I was preaching it all the time, I was going to lose it, I knew I was. So, kind of partly my fault, I was a bit slow. I just got caught up so much in the building, you know. And then let's say when I'm uploading, I have to do it from live stream. Not the easiest way to do it. You know, I've got to do a small tour and then upload it from Twitch. So I'll be going live then for that. I was messing about with Microsoft on OneDrive, seeing if I could way around it. I couldn't remember my passwords and I had to wait 30 days. And then let's say when they sorted that out, I found it couldn't be really done from OneDrive. And by then it was too late, the bug had taken over. So partly Microsoft's fault as well, I suppose. Yeah, at Trinity, it was my fault. Microsoft and probably Bethesda. Although I think, you know, even before the acquisition, I think Bethesda did rent its servers from Microsoft. But it hit PlayStation much worse, apparently. But you can expect stuff like that when you're pushing a game like this. Here we've gone with a kind of eternal flame. And our Franklin grave. And there's a replica of this on the other side. I didn't mind. Yeah, I didn't mind. It gave me an excuse to do them again and put a little bit more effort into them. But I have taken precautions. Every settlement I do is on a new character profile. So no more than one settlement is loaded up at one time. and also now I upload them, you know, pretty soon after I build them. But this one I actually haven't. This is the only one I haven't uploaded yet. Just because I haven't got the time to get around to fixing the little damage that was done, let's say, with the update from Creative Clutter. I'm feeling discouraged because I lost all my stuff in Valheim to dying in a high level area. Yeah, I lost 2,000 hours on this one. It happens. But yeah, it does. You put a lot of work into something. I didn't know that. If you die in that game, you lose all your stuff and you gotta start again. Bummer. Yeah. Oh, that's a pity. So you went into a kind of high level area. That's what we were thinking as well. Personally, myself, JSL, I think no. I think if we're going to get the building in Starfield, it would be more akin to the Heartfire system in Skyrim, where there's a kind of set build, and you just supply the materials, and that's about it. I don't think Bethesda will ever be making a game like this. In my lifetime, at least. Yeah. Well, if they want to keep out the serious bugs from it anyway, at least. This was a really ambitious game. But a lot of bugs, let's say, could have been avoided in this game with simple measures. You know, just very, very simple. Just like Skyrim. You know, they could have settling 60% of the bugs with just a few minor changes. But never did. Oh, they'll patch a game now and again after release to try and, you know, sell more, but after the game starts to slow down, they're not interested. They're only interested in adding more and more content, making it more unstable, causing more bugs, you know. Exactly. But you can expect this in this game to lose, you know, a lot of time. I don't know how many playthroughs I cancelled halfway through. Lots of time from just bugs you just can't get around. So that's what it looks like outside. Inside, yeah, we did a decent amount of detail inside. So inside we did something like this. And this took a decent amount of time to do. No, there was a pastor here on the pulpit, but it's probably past 8 PM. You know how they don't assign, let's say, after a certain time. I'm trying to get back to the point I was at, but it's rough. I didn't know you could lose that kind of game. I just looked at it for a while. Yeah. But it's your first time in, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so it's still a learning curve. I was the same in Skyrim, let's say, you know. But you don't really lose anything in Skyrim. Yeah, it's huge. So something like this. I did a little Oblivion thing here as well. Although I couldn't get to finish it properly. But I suppose it's a miracle the game is even loading with it. The cathedral is it's probably bigger than most settlements. Hmm. Oh, you took a lost my inventory on that. Oh. Oh, bugged as well. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, I know what it's like to lose a lot of work and time on a game. It can be really discouraging. Now, what we did here was we actually built 2 confessionals. Well, I wouldn't consider that a cheat, Rainbow. You got into a bug and you're just fixing a bug. Yeah, I probably would use the console command. You know, because you shouldn't have lost everything, you know? It is. Yes, I think it is, JSL. I haven't done it yet. But I've heard a lot of people say it can be pretty glitchy and buggy. Oh, it's not a game bug. Ah, I see. Yeah, you're probably best off then just grinding back again. So this is what we've done with our confessionals. It's about as close as I could get with the stuff I have. Now we take to the balcony. This was pretty stable right up until the last day when we pushed it too far. And there was lots of settlers here assigned, but it's late, so they're probably just heading towards bed. Because you can carry your inventory and progress with you too. Oh, really? Another world. There's grinding, yeah. Yeah, the grinding is not too bad. But I didn't want to repeat any if I didn't have to. Totally, yeah. Now there was tons of settlers here, but we probably all, let's say it's probably after 8 PM. This is our library. We had a guy searching for books here earlier. But we did a little priory type thing from Oblivion. You remember that quest from the Amulet of Kings, the secret bedroom. So we've done it here. This is where our beds are. Now, this is all the decorating we could do, because by the time we got to this stage, the game was really unstable. So, I'd say another 20 pieces would have put this on, let's say, unloadable. So, we called it on this. Now, and this is what it looks like at night, let's say. With the lighting I did. This would be the kind of stuff I'd be doing at the end of a settlement. But the animations, all the animations didn't help. In these stone coffins, there's 2 candles in those, so that's a lot of animation. Then the lighting and the candles here, the flames and the waterfalls, a lot. And then to add insult to injury, I actually got 20 settlers in here and assigned them. It would, wouldn't it? It would. With the lights, yeah. It's got that kind of park look. Oh yeah, I didn't show you the water feature today. So this is the water feature. Oh, we put some fish in here. In this one. There was a guy here feeding them earlier. So that's our little fish pond. And that's our cathedral at night. And this is just hiding our food and water. How did I make the pond? The water panels from SOE. This stuff here is the snappy house kit. The edgings. And this bottom piece, I think it's from a mod called Grounded, yeah. Just hacked them all together. JSL. Oh, hi, So. How are you? And good morning to you also. Hope you're doing well. But just like I did the settlement, just in layers, you know, one little piece at a time. Eventually got around to finishing this. But I would not have been able to finish this without place anywhere. You know, glitching pieces. And this is just hiding our food and water and defense and stuff, and obviously the beacon that was here. Oh, hi Boy. How have you been? And this is the way I... Oh, that's another thing. Don't use turrets. If you don't want any hassle, don't use turrets. I use Tesla coils. And that's our Mylock tower. I hooked it up to my generator obviously before I disconnected it from the main one. And that's it, guys. That's our spectacle island. Or when we call this, what do we call this again? There's our sign on this one. Yeah, Droot Spectacle Cathedral. Yeah, the shadowing is kind of okay. Not too bright, not too dark. Just about right. Yeah, and that's it, guys, the spectacle. Yeah, it's actually not so much the overbuilding, it's the cell itself of oh boy. In all logic, I shouldn't even get a load on this one with the amount of overbuilding I did. But it's pretty stable except for that. Like, let me see, where's the seating? Oh, see how stable it is. This is a good way of telling what kind of pressure this game is under. Quite a lot. Yeah, it's under a lot of pressure. This is an old classic, it's the 8th century, isn't it? The slow progression. Yeah, as I said, this settlement is just barely there. Okay, we're stuck on that for some reason. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it probably is. Very close to the rainbow. This is the most unstable of the settlements. You'll get this in Sanctuary with not a lot of building as well. Mostly down to the cell. Yeah, no, not ready. A combination of overbuilding and just a really dodgy cell. There's actually 3 cells here, I think, in Spectacle. We'll get there eventually. Almost in real time. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, it's under considerable stress. There we go. Yeah, and that's it, guys. Okay, let's get back to where we were. I'll have to do 2 loads from this one. And then we load it again from the Commonwealth. Oh, my time is nearly up, guys. I just do 6 hours because I'm just too old. I don't have the energy to kind of go more than 6 hours. I was wondering why I was so tired. But yeah, almost. How long have I got? Oh, about 20. About a minute. yeah, I think I'll leave it here, guys, because I'm extremely tired. But we got a bit done. We sorted out our roof situation, and we've decided on a trim for this. I'll do a little bit more later today when I get bored. You know, I get a half an hour here, a half an hour there. Not enough to justify streaming, but I'll be able to get some things done. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll see if any of our friends are streaming, and we'll give them a raid. But I will be back tomorrow at the same time for my 6 hours. Unless I'm dead. Then there might be a problem. Yeah, but not before saying goodbye to you guys. So goodbye, Jace Hill. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm assuming it's night where you are, or early morning. Have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Thanks again for following. And you too, Rainbow. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And of course, Fall Boy. And you too, Soul Straw. And sorry I have to go so soon, Soul Straw, just after you arriving, but 6 hours is probably all I can manage. And of course, MJ and Hufflepuff. Oh, my pleasure, Jace Hill. Yeah, I'll show a few more tomorrow when I have time. You know, some of the other bills. I don't have as much as I used to have because of the bug, but I'm getting there. I'm slowly catching up to where I was. I think I've got 7 or 8 so far. And MJ, FGS, Hufflepuff, Jill, Lady Grey, and Tigger, and Rebel. Take care, guys. And let's see what else is here. We have... And Blizzard, of course. Stay safe, Blizzard. And Human. Take care. And who else have we here? Let me see. And of course, Torin. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Torin. Have a good one. And C-Dub. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, C-Dub. And to everyone as well who followed me tonight. Thanks for the support, guys. And Dream. Yeah, thanks for stopping by and following. And Slot. Stay safe. Nice to hear from you again, Slot. And that's everyone on my message board, guys. I know there was a good few more, I just can't remember. But to everyone who was watching, thanks again, guys. Appreciate the support. And to you too. How would I read that? 3-in-1, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, 3-in-1. I'm just going 3-in-1. My apologies. I've been on 6 hours. And I'm quite tired. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. You know, 6 hours. I do 6 hours every single day. And sorry I have to go so soon after you've just arrived, 3-in-1. But again, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. So, yeah, to everyone, guys. Again, thanks for the support. I'll be going straight to a raid. And, yeah, hopefully if you're not too tired and you want to see some more, you might consider joining. So, let's see who's streaming. Let me see.